chat. Shout out to the chat. What up to the Shark Tank? Welcome everybody to the show. It's Talk Shit Tuesday night. Appreciate everybody showing up. Big shout out to my man, the one and only Excellence in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Student for Life Dog Training. I gotta give a big shout out to that man right there. That man wrote one of the most compassionate comments that I've seen in a while. So big shout out to my man, Student for Life Dog Training. Big shout out to my man Dreadlock. What up, fam? My man, Mr. Jamie Watson's in the house. What up, fam? Yo, C. Rich. What up, fam? My man, Mr. William Torres in the house. What up, fam? My man, Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My man, Samurai Kennels. William Love, Yellow Dogs in the house. What up, Samurai? Big shout out to my homie 613. What up, fam? Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My boy, Desmo in the house. What up, fam? GLK Kennels in the house representing. What up, fam? My man, Ron King in the house. What up, fam? Boy in the house. What up, fam? Will's SBT's in the house. Welcome to the show, fam. Appreciate you showing up, Willis. Wills. Appreciate you showing up, fam. Look here, I know you said you come in here. You know, you see a whole bunch of this blue up in here. We call this the Shark Tank. You know what I'm saying? That Shark Tank. It's not hard to become a part of. You don't have to pay for it. All you have to do is two things. Show up. You've done that already. Next thing is participate in the chat. I need to see how you swim amongst these sharks right here. A lot of knowledge in here. They don't hold nothing back. Speak what's on their minds. I want you to feel free to speak what's on your mind. I want you to feel comfortable, participate in the chat, because I need to know how you really you swim amongst these bull sharks. You understand what I'm saying? Everybody represent my man Will in the house. Appreciate the love, fam. Kennels in the house, what up, fam? The 504 Cowboys in the house, what up, fam? Outlaws, Texas Kennels in the house representing. My main man back in the house, Rocket, what up, fam? My man's in there representing. City Boy Kennels in the house, what up, fam? Shout out to my man, Wells Kennels Combine in the house. What up, bam? Big shout out to my man's in there, Gallery Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Arrowhead Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Representing EWA in the house. What up, fam? My man, Mr. Vernon Dash is in the house. What up, fam? The one and only Mr. Paris Jackson's in the house. What up, Paris? Yo, Joe Bear. What up, fam? Yo, Wolfie, what up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Mr. James Jones in the house. What up, fam? participate in that poll. Don't forget to participate in the poll. Appreciate everybody showing up for this Tuesday night dog talk, hanging out in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to the Shark Tank. Much love on a Tuesday night. Yo, Woofy. Yo, Woofy. What up, man? To all my people in the back, y'all don't forget to hit the like buttons. Don't forget to hit the like buttons. If you haven't already subscribed, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Yeah! Shout out to my little brother in the house, y'all. Y'all know y'all see that Elijah McCray. That's his little baby brother up in the house coming to represent, hang out with his brothers. What's up? Bam! Chad. I'm working on the sound before we get started, fellas. I don't let this madness going on while I get that thing going on here. Y'all feel me? know I've been messing with the sound. But guess what? Today we got a new mic. So all the other craziness you hear with the sound, no, that's just me trying to get it to where the speakers ain't gonna hurt this. This is not the normal mic, you know what I mean? Hopefully we can keep this mic here because I want y'all to be able to hear what's going on. So I'm going to do this right here because I want y'all to be able to hear. And then again, I got to do a whole lot of new revamping. So, you know, going from one thing to another, then having to make time to get in and do all that other stuff. Y'all know what's all involved. But I'm just glad y'all here to be a bear with me. Y'all been with me a whole year dealing with this crazy shit. But see, it's finna get a whole lot better now. Because, see, I was using AE. I was using that same old studio mic, man. I had to put my baby to the side and go on and give me a condenser. You know, my baby don't like sharing the house with this new fella here, but she got to move over. You know what's happening. You get back in town, you can come break it in. You know what I mean? You know how you break some in, my boy. See, my little brother, he can rap. I don't know why he just don't go ahead and put some on these tracks I got. He too busy nowadays. You know, being he out there in Kansas City now, hanging out with the big dogs. But that's all right, bruh. Glad to see you jumping in, hanging out with your bruhs. Y'all show my brother some love. Hey man, let me see who I got in here. I don't want to miss nobody. I got to see my man Boss Dog done fell up in here. Boss Dog, what up, fam? Talk of the city, Kennels representing tonight. My man Lay Marshall, I see you, fam. Let's see here. My man Doc Holiday coming in with the yo-yo. Yo, Doc, pick up that hardware, fam. Glad to see you back, man. Yeah, fellas, look. Don't forget, super chat button, cash app button down there at the bottom. Got a lot of things going on, a lot of things happening. And definitely a lot of things going on in the dog world nowadays. Y'all see what, you know, total madness out there. You know what I'm saying? I'm team total madness. They act like they done lost their damn minds out here, man. But look, that's sole purpose why I hold the Shark Tank to such high regards. You know what I mean? Because one thing for damn sure. One thing, and you know, and I count on it. That based on the people that come here and represent the Shark Tank. I mean, I don't call this a chapter. I call it a Shark Tank because if you come and you're familiar with the show, you're going to be familiar with a lot of the faces that hangs around in that Shark Tank. And if you're familiar with the show and you pay attention to what's going on in the Shark Tank, you can see there's a whole lot of knowledge that's out there in the Shark Tank. So that goes to show you there's a whole lot of experience, but then there's a whole lot of the newbies in here. You know, and so them two things together is what makes up this show. That's what makes up the show. It's not just my bruh sitting up here telling you what's going on, giving y'all all the jewels, because a lot of the jewels ain't just coming from what he's saying. It's a lot of jewels just right there in the Shark Tank if you just pay attention. A lot of information. Hell, I depend on the Shark Tank. Mo depends on the Shark Tank when certain things is going on. He want to know, hey, somebody out there in the Shark Tank, yo, one of y'all fellas help me. Because whatever we looking for, somebody out there gonna have it. So again, big shout out to the Shark Tank and the representatives of all the sharks is representing that blue. Y'all keep doing what y'all doing because from right here, baby, we love you. Now tonight's show, y'all know it's gonna be, you know, first of all, the poll. I ain't seen what the numbers is on the poll, but I need everybody to at least participate in the poll. I'm not going to tell you why, because y'all, I mean, for people who have been around as long as we've been doing these polls, you know, we have never, ever, ever, ever had a poll that has strictly went 100% one direction. which is good. And I hold that to high regards because we here, we agree to disagree and have these discussions. And that shows me that we haven't lost our knack to be able to do that. Because there's never really a wrong answer. It's basically going to always be based on your opinion and how you feel about a certain situation. And you're entitled to your opinion. To me, that's what makes the Shark Tank a little bit different compared to what everybody else, because here they can argue their point tooth and nail and they got to worry about getting kicked out. They hold their opinion hold just as high a regard as a person that's being opinionated against them, and that leads to some good debates and some great conversation. That's why, don't plan on changing nothing. And for the ones who think it's hard to get into the Shark Tank, it's not that hard. Because the first thing I look at is the fact that you're here. You are in a you're in an American Pit Bull Terrier. Dang, thing just fell apart over there. You're in an American Pit Bull Terrier room. We talk dogs here. So the fact that you're here, and then we don't allow anybody under 18 to even participate in the room, so that means we're talking, majority grown folks. So, hey, that's a plus. That's what, hey, it's not hard to fall off up in here. Because again, one thing we all have in common, that's these dogs. And we want to share the knowledge and the love to any and everybody who wants to come in here and participate in here. All we ask you to do is respect each other, and that's that shouldn't even be for me to bring up. Hit that damn like button, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. The normal stuff, like the like buttons and participating in the chat. When I say participate in the chat, that's not to be knocking on everybody and trying to be a damn troll, because here trolls will get ate up. See, these sharks here, these bull sharks, they wait for blood in the water. We look, trust me, when there's blood in the water here, I turn up the volume. I will jump right in and get right along with the rest of the sharks, swim right with them, because there's chum in the water, and we're going to do like most sharks do when there's chum in the water. It's going to be a frenzy. And we don't turn the volume down, we turn the volume up. Because again, in here, we're entitled to talk about it and be about it and stand on it. We don't move for that. And in the process of doing that, we respect each other in the process. That's what makes it so interesting, and that's what I wanted to see grow one day. Just grow to the point to where hopefully one day I have 300 sharks in the Shark Tank every Tuesday and Friday. 300 of them just hanging out. Can you imagine the conversations, the amount of knowledge that you could actually find when you come into the Going Hard Reloaded talk show? With that many people, with that much commenting going on, with that much information floating around, that right there that's like a dream come true. That's what we strive for. So everybody got to go, and that's one of our goals, to grow the Shark Tank, because we are branding the Shark Tank. We're going to have Shark Tank t-shirts, Shark Tank memorabilia, Shark Tank cups. Anything I can put a Shark Tank on, I'm going to represent the Shark Tank. And yes, they are part of the GHK talk show, and we're going to represent it as such. So I appreciate everybody who happened to show up tonight, get involved. Again, take that poll. Now, some of y'all haven't noticed, we did a little, we got an interview with my man, Richard Garcia, a.k.a. Schoolboy, Sunday. And it just, I take my hat off and I want to, show him my appreciation, because he always comes on our show, That's the professor. He always gonna bring something to the table, and to me it was an honor for him to even ask us to even come on the show, to be a part of what he's doing over there. And the one thing I like about what everybody's doing, and I hope everybody can catch that and get on the same bandwagon and take advantage of the fact that we're using the internet to pass the knowledge and to save the breed. That's what we're doing here. We can't fix nothing moving forward until we fix everything it takes to continuously move forward. And at some point, we're going to have to be able to speak as one instead of keep speaking against each other. Because back in my day, and I'm going to bring y'all back in my day, again, if you had something to say, and you had a bulldog, and you felt a certain type of way, we could take care of that. That's it. And it was that plain and simple. And then after the fact, after all said and done, I can still shake your hand and you can shake mine. I can tell you got a good dog, you say good dog, and then all bygones is bygones. You know? Street life a little bit different, you know. You step to them, you know what I mean, that's something to say, you know, you handle your business right there, you know how that go down. See, this internet game is a totally different type of game. See, everybody's a gangster now. Everybody got their chest out. Everybody got a dog. Everybody got something. I never wanted to fall into the realm of become a part of that, what everybody do. If you're going to find anything out of this room right here, you're going to find realness and receipts. Keeping it real and being able to prove what you say. Because experience is always the best teacher. And again, remember, I'm speaking to grown men, grown women out there. Life should have taught you that by now. And for the ones who are being introduced into this game at this point in time, you're going to understand we're all, even as OGs, every last one of you have seen them come through here. They will tell you they have all had their ups and downs. They have all bumped their heads. We have all made our mistakes. But as time went on, things got better. Everything got better. The game got better. We got better. Everything about the whole thing, the love of the dog even got better. Because there's nothing wrong with having success. Especially the success that you created for yourself. That is the goal. That's what everybody wants. Now, I'm not going to hate on anybody that steps inside those four corners. I've never been a fan of that. You know? And that's like I feel about this room. When you come into this room, this is like you just stepped in the four corners. Yeah, we do have rules, but when you release these sharks, it's on and popping. Because they know they don't have any boundaries. And they within the rules of the game. You don't have to talk about the integrity, the honesty, the respect, all that stuff that comes with just being good people in a fraternity. But to be able to have your opinion and take your knowledge and put somebody else's knowledge to the test and openly be able to do that, ain't nothing wrong with that. Give a damn whether you like it or not. Because one thing you can't do, and you will not be up in here being a hater. If you have a point and ready to stand on the point, you better bring some damn receipts because we're going to call you on it. Don't just think because you're on the internet and you go up in here and you're going to say something and you're going to grab somebody's attention, maybe even my attention. Hell, I'll stop the show and be asking for some damn receipts. So don't get too far out the pocket. Because around here, there's enough knowledge up in this room right here, up in this tank right here, that will question and put you to the test. So don't just talk to be talking. You know, when you talk, you better hope that you're talking about something that you can bring receipts and prove. Because one thing I'm thinking for sure, it's enough age and experience up in here that even if I have to depend on them sometimes, that I know any and everything can be fact checked. We ain't all from the same neighborhood. We ain't all from the same part of the country. This is a dog room. Everybody gonna know somebody when you're dealing with these dogs. And for the ones who don't, that means you're new to the game and you have the biggest privilege, a bigger privilege than I did, because again, how much knowledge are you being able to have access to when you got a podcast like the podcast that I see, and they actually out here just giving away knowledge, just giving it away. I mean, where you gonna find that at? I mean, we can pick and choose and take what's working for you and go home and try it out without having to try to bump elbows with somebody to get next to the next man. No, they bringing it to you right there. All you have to do is break out your pen and piece of paper. All you got to do is ask the questions. You're right in a Shark Tank full of nothing but knowledge. I mean, I haven't seen too many questions ever asked in the Shark Tank that somebody didn't have an answer to. That's the glory of having it. You know, and the reason I speak so highly of the Shark Tank today, because over the last couple shows, you know, I go back and I scan through the tank and see what's actually going on, and it has grown. It was a time that everybody used to, you know, throw up pedigrees, and we're fixing to get back to that. But now when I don't see as many pedigrees, I actually see dog men actually talking dog, helping dog men. That can be recognized. And if you have been a follower of this show, and go back and look and follow it up to where I'm at right now, you can understand why I'm so stuck on branding the Shark Tank. I don't like to call it a chat room, because this ain't just an ordinary chat room. Ordinary chat rooms, you got a couple people with blue, somebody running the show, you know, dictating what can come up and what can't come up. You know, this here is a Shark Tank. And the reason I call it a Shark Tank, because you know how you put a bunch of sharks in the water, they don't really attack each other, but anything that's foreign to that process, you know, they in attack mode. So we swim our own little way. We say what we want to say and how we want to say it when it comes to these dogs, but we handle each other in a respectable way and still able to be bulldogs. These last couple shows have shown me just how much that has grown. And if you want to be a part of that, I ask everybody who wants to be a part of that. With all the other channels and everything that's going out there, trust me, there's nothing like the Shark Tank nowhere else out there. They're not. A bunch of chat rooms. What makes this different? First of all, look at the blue. Second of all, look at the conversation. Third of all, tell me you can't see the knowledge that's obtained. Because they're all giving back something that they don't have to give back, and that's their knowledge. And you can all find all that going on right here and Going Hard Reloaded talk show, Tuesdays and Fridays. So that's my opening to the show for today. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure, can y'all hear me? I'm pretty sure y'all can hear me. Yeah. Hey, I want to give a big shout out to my man, JT, done come in the door. JT American Pitbull T, as usual, he comes in kicking the door down with the big 5-piece. He says, salute to the twins in the Shark Tank. Keep it going. Y'all dig? Hey, for all the people who donate to this channel, who do stuff like that, I want to see a lot more of y'all be like that. You know, I gave a big shout out to my man Student, because and there's another guy out there, I think his name was Henry. He also wrote a comment, and it kind of makes me feel good, because whether y'all know it or not, there are some people out there who actually sits here and they listen and they're being honest about the fact that, hey, I'm new to this, but every time I come, I got my pen and piece of paper, and I'm always learning something new. And I'm actually, then I go home and I try it, and it keeps them coming back. And they just wanted to sit down and write and let us know that, hey, this is how they feel about it. This is how much they appreciate it. And they felt the need to make sure that we knew that if you ain't helping nobody, you're definitely helping me. Keep doing what you're doing, bro. Now, when people do stuff like that, and do stuff like JT, my man Mr. Dickie Foster, my man 850, there's so many more that's up in here that they always come in and they're always trying to support the channel. Sometimes they just put it out there and don't have nothing but saying, you know, salute. No more than that. Because they know they don't have to pay for questions around here. They don't have to pay to get heard around here. I do my best to go on, keeping up in that chat room and try to find out what's important going for the day. And if they want to be recognized, they're going to sit up there and they're going to utilize that super chat. That's what it's there for. When people do that, they're doing it from the heart. And those are the people that I appreciate more than anything, because they're doing something that they don't have to do. They sit down and they write those comments and knowing they don't have to do that. And that means when people are actually taking these videos and learning from them, and it's helping somebody maybe save your yard, tell you how to do if they come to your yard. I mean, man, these guys are really out here listening. And I just want to take my hat off to the ones who just actually wanted to be known by letting us know what y'all doing is helping. And as long as we helping somebody, we're going to keep doing it and bring it the way we bringing it. And I know we're not doing it by ourselves. We're doing it with the help of what I call the baddest Shark Tank in the game. Ready on this one?
Till you talk about the Shark Tank. Shark Tank, what y'all say about all that, man?
Well,
Nigga jock rocking y'all. What's up, man? Let me see some shit from the Shark Tank. Let me see something.
Say I'm jock rocking the Shark Tank.
Let me see something. Let me see the Shark Tank step up then.
I tell Mo, I say, yo, Mo,
I don't never get to watch y'all.
Mo don't never really get to see, you know, he be busy talking, so, you know, it was the time that Mo would never go back and watch himself on none of these shows. But I kind of made him change that. And since he's been doing it, it helps him out because he laughs at what's going on in the Shark Tank. You know what I mean? It's funny to him, and he'd be like, man, they be off the chain, don't they? I said, yeah. They be off the chain, all right. And then he'll see something, he'd be laughing about it, or there's a comment that he run across, and be like, damn, I was like that, I was doing that. I was like, yeah, you had them going crazy up in the tank, man. They was going nuts. You know, so it makes him feel a little different, you know, because you know how Mo get. Once he on his road, he can't see what I see. I just sit back and just let it go on. But I always tell him, man, you just watch the show. And he's like, yeah. And that's good because, again, there was a time after a whole year that he wouldn't do it. You know, but that's why I'm not jocking the Shark Tank. What I'm doing is giving the Shark Tank what they deserve, and that is praise. You know, I'm going to give it to you because you're always making sure you're giving it to us. Let me see, I see some new peoples in the house.
I just told him to give a shout out. Throw some thumbs out. Say y'all, give yourself a hand, son.
What's up? Elijah in the house, man. Elijah said, y'all better know your shit. You know. Mm-hmm. Big shout out to my man Jeremy Hunter in the house. My man Warren Bennett. What up, fam? Hey, man. Again, tonight it's gonna be a big conversation because I'm finna go over here and I'm finna check out and see what this poll say. Cause I'm real interested to see what's happening. But I'm hoping I'm not hoping. I'm just saying we've never had a 100 type situation, and I'm gonna go over here, and if it's not a 100 type situation, then I know that's good, it's cool, but I be really wanting to understand, y'all, and understand I need to know why we vote the way you vote sometimes. It's not like anybody's going to bash you. This is not the we don't do that here. Well, not really. We agree to disagree. Because you might say something, but you know, you got to be willing, if you're going to say it, you got to be able to stand on it and take what's going to come with it. That's all. Mm-hmm. That don't make you no punk. That don't make you nothing. That don't make it bashing. Everybody's entitled to opinion. Just be willing to stand on your opinion. They ain't telling you to change your mind. Stand on it. Because other people are going to have something to say, but that's what makes good conversation, good debates. But then you always going to sit back and be able to agree to disagree. That's all that is. That's why I want everybody to feel, feel righteous about standing on how you feel. Because we ain't around here trying to change nobody's mind. But if you feel a certain type of way, stand on it. Make sense of why you don't just, the sky is red. Oh, no, sky red. And just stand on something that you ain't got nothing to stand on. That right there, that's chum. Because then you're going to get called out on some shit. I mean, you blind or you're going to be treated like a troll. You just want to have something to say, and now you got everybody's attention. Now we're going to eat. And that, like, when you're trying to feed, you know what I mean?
It gets rough.
It gets rough, Shit get out of, it gets hectic. And I don't mind it being hectic when you're dealing with type of situations like that. Because you should have known which waters you're swimming on. Who in the hell swims in a place of water when they got a big ass sign that says sharks in the water? Who does that? Only a damn fool. And if you happen to dive in there and get attacked by the shark, then guess what? You didn't have no business in there. And that's the way I feel about the Shark Tank. We talk bulldogs over here. We don't talk nonsense. We talk knowledge and fact. Understand that. Knowledge and fact. And we stand on what we say. We don't ask everybody to think like we think. We actually tell everybody you're entitled to your own opinions. Stand on them. Speak it. Speak freely. But be able to give it and take it at the same time. That don't make me no better than anybody out there. At all. We're not here to try to be better than anybody. What we're here to do is give a good account of our experience, what we have done. See, when we talk about it, I'm pretty sure a lot of people, a lot of people didn't know about it. You know why a lot of people didn't know about it? Because a lot of people wasn't none of y'all out there. Because if you had been out there, you would have known about it. You would have heard about it. It's just proven fact. That's why we can sit here and talk about it and see the shit we've seen. And go through the shit that we've been through and come back and share it with you. Why? Because we're not just reading it through a book. We can only tell you what we have actually experienced in our 60-something years of life, 40 years in these goddamn bulldogs. And we didn't just sit home. We traveled. We met a lot of people. We can tell y'all a whole lot of things because without the experience, how can you actually look in a camera and tell somebody about something that you have never experienced? Tell me experience is not better than reading it from a book or saying you heard it from somebody. Come on. That's where we're trying to get with this. It's never been about better than anybody. Anybody that we ever wanted to feel like we wanted to be better than, we always was like, hey, there's four corners. You know what I mean? I'll see you over there. We didn't have no problem doing that. Didn't have no problem going wherever we wanted to go to get that part done. Understand that. And in the process of doing that, our goal was to try to get better and be better because we were trying to be like the people that we was teaching us, showing us, taking us to see the things that we've seen. And because of that is why we sit here and do what we doing right now with y'all. Because if it don't be for them doing what they did for us, it would have never been us. And that's being straight up with you. All of them found it in their heart to say, hey, come on, do this, do that. Let me show you this. I don't tell everybody that. I don't tell everybody this. I don't show everybody a bunch of that. True enough, they didn't. None of them. But to be and have the opportunity to be around that type of shit and be able to suck all that shit in and be able to go out there and play like they play, yeah, that's what we talk about. And ain't none of that shit fake. All that shit's real. And we're going to bring it to you just like that. We're going to tell you exactly how it was done, whether you like it or not. We're going to tell you what to do and when to do it, whether you like it or not. Ain't telling you to go home and do nothing that we did. Because ain't nothing back there in the past. Ain't nobody can't change nothing that has already happened. It's done already. Period. And y'all heard enough interviews on here. There's enough knowledge. There's over 100 damn years of knowledge that they have come through this damn channel here as far as our interviews and the people. If you take that knowledge and use it to your advantage, regardless of what you're doing with that American Pit Bull Terrier, you're going to be a better dog man. And all I ask y'all to do, if you're taking something from it that's making you a better man, you pass it forward. You don't let it stop here. You do the same thing that we doing, the same thing that they did before us, the same ones who did it before they got it done to them. They always had a reason to pass it forward. That's what gave us the longevity of the American Pit Bull game dog. Because that's our goal, ain't it? That's why you're here, ain't it? So we're going to take advantage of it and do right by it. I'm out. Deuces. Oh shit, hold on. Somebody came in here with some big love. I want to make sure I miss. Yo, bruh. Baby bruh coming in, kicking it down on with a big Twinkie. And all he doing is just showing his love. Appreciate that little bruh. Big E. You know what I'm saying? Look, I got, believe it or not, I have a lot of brothers and sisters, real brothers and sisters, right? But you very rarely see them coming through here. You don't see my big sister come through. Yeah, pretty much seen all my grown family members just come just to see what y'all doing over there. Everybody talking about what y'all doing over there. My little brother right there, E, I guarantee you, he could tell you some stories that would have y'all laughing because he's a funny guy anyway. But bruh, it was one that was like, it was all new to him. You finally get to go hang out with his bros. All new to him. And became American Pit Bull lover. Actually became a dog man, period. He just loves dogs. But it's just funny to see, he's the smart guy, real smart. He learned to trade. I taught him to trade. He got the trade down pat. But he always wanted to get into that dog game. He was actually an athletic football player. So for y'all who don't know, that's Elijah McCray. Well known out of Miami. I'm just gonna keep that between us. So he is that guy. You know what I'm saying? I love him to death. You know what I do, bro. And for him to come through and holler out and show his love and appreciation, that's what family do. So y'all represent my brother out there. Show him some love. Because he definitely come here to show y'all some love. It's on you, Mom.
Yeah, ready to talk some dogs. Shit. Ready to get into this damn dog thing.
Get into that dog thing, bro. Let me tell you what this pole looks like. You sitting over there smoking, the chair still sitting empty.
Don't worry, I'm getting there. That chair looks real nice sitting there, empty. It's gonna look even better in just a hot second here. Ain't that right, fellas? Ain't no breakdown music bringing me in on stage. What's up? What's up, y'all? What's up? Yeah. Thank y'all for coming out. You know me, I'm ready to come in here and get some stuff going here. You know what I'm saying? Take a picture. Oh, I forgot something over there.
Oh my God.
Shout out to everybody in the Shark Tank. Okay, what's up? You saying shush like
The
something.
pole.
What's up with the pole?
I'm gonna just go over the poll right quick for you. Okay, fellas, the poll. Should off-the-chain hunts be as relevant as contract hunts, regardless of the amount of off-the-chain wins? We have 28% yes and 72% no's out of 127 votes so far. You heard that right. You heard that right. 28%. You want me to put the phone number up just in case they want to call?
Somebody need to call.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, put the phone number up. Somebody need to call. 28% said what?
Yes.
Did they relevant? Off the chains?
Yeah. Should be as relevant
Oh
as
my
contract
goodness.
matches. Yeah.
That just show you how nothing. I ain't gonna say show you nothing. I'm just gonna say that's how y'all rolling in this new day and age. Y'all rolling like that in this new day and age, and y'all out here spending all this money on buying these damn dogs and these puppies and these breedings. And shame on you. That 28%, y'all gonna have some empty pockets. Woo-wee! Cause you give me anybody off the chain to come into my world. Okay, y'all. Before we get started, let's get the disclaimer out the way, y'all. Come on, y'all. Y'all help me.
Jeremy already put it up.
Okay, it's already been up. Okay, now let me just say this then while we up there. Off the chains. Excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you for the blessings, guys. Off the chain. It's a formidable thing. You know, I call off the chain every time I go test in my yard. Calling them, because that's exactly what it be. You know, when you go up and take one off the chain, you want to hook in it, you know, some of y'all don't even do that right. Some of y'all go out there and damn near have y'all dogs in shape and call it off the chain. You know, because you want to catch somebody who wants to really come off the chain. Some of y'all try to keep y'all dogs in shape for that. But you can't never try to compare none of that shit with some real shit of putting down 8 weeks worth of work. You give me 8 weeks worth of work and you bring your shit off the chain and I'll show you an ass whooping. Give it down what you got. I'm gonna keep it real with you. So how you gonna call that anything close to being relevant? I mean, what you gonna have you want to give a dog off the chain the same kind of title as a dog that goes through the work of 8 weeks, 10 weeks of conditioning, you know what I'm saying? And then come in and do it that way, like some boxers who true, pay-per-view type shit. You know what I'm saying? And want to compare that to some old quickie shit, putting it all on the dog where your ass is basically lazy as hell and just one of these, a clapper. I say it like this. I don't care how you do it. You can come in here and do it my way, as far as making any contact with match, go home and sit down for 8 weeks, and then bring your off-the-chain shit over here and come in there and come against me. Yeah. Cause I don't know what the hell you was doing the last 8 weeks. I know what I was doing. It's a contracted match. So, that's still not off the chain. But you can take the off the chain attitude feeling like you can win and just play it like that. I mean, that's the only credit I'll give you. That's the only credit I'll give you. You know? What you do with your shit is up to you. But coming off the chain, hey, you can't have no grand champion off the chain. I don't care how much money you're spending, that money don't mean shit. That's y'all gambling. Let's talk about the actual dogs. The dogs ain't getting paid shit. And that's what I'm on. You know? Dogs don't get nothing but a reputation of you running off the chain. You're never gonna get the respect from a man who go out there and get the work in. Ain't gonna never get that type of respect unless you matching that dog for real. Give a damn what you trying to say. You ain't gonna get that respect. Not the respect of a dog man that gets out there and make what they call a contracted match. Something that's sanctioned by a governing body. Dare you try to get something off the chain and then what? You a grand champion of an off the chainer? What's relevant about that? I mean, it sounds easier, but you still got to deal with the best. The best is still like people like us sitting here telling you, don't care how you do it. As long as it's contracted, I don't care. You can sit there the whole damn 8 weeks and don't do nothing but go get your shit and show up. As long as you come. As long as it's agreed. On a weight and a date, bring it. That's the only way you're going to get relevance. 28%. That's the only way you're going to get relevance, 28%. And I want to see how long you last trying to be relevant with that. Really, I want to really see how long you last. You taking your off the chain and going into some real match shit. I dare you. I dare you. And I mean, I can say that because I don't, it's hard enough to do it with guys out here putting their dogs in shape for 8 weeks. And you got 2 well-conditioned dogs. Some of the stuff goes fast, some of the stuff goes slow, some of it goes, some guys say they dogs roll better off the chain than they do in a match. Guess what? You just don't blame it on the dog. Maybe your dog ain't the problem. Maybe you only good enough to play off the chain. Because it's all on the dog and not you. 28%? 28%? Hey, if Barracuda wanted to stay a 9-time winner off the chain, guess what? He'd have been an off the chain Barracuda. He wouldn't have been the same old Barracuda that went out there and won 4 off the chain. Basically, it wasn't really off the chain because they were contracted matches. They just weren't being reported. You know what I'm saying? Off the chain means just that. There is no lockup. There's no wait. There's nothing. That's off the chain. You know, there's nothing to that. Nothing. I mean, your dog just got busted up, probably won you some money, but the poor dog ain't gonna get nothing out of it. The only thing that's relevant is your pockets. See, that's what separates me in the off-the-chain world, you know, in a total different aspect, because off-the-chain is for your pocket. It never had nothing to do for the dog, nothing. I want my dog to be remembered, and I sure don't need no 13-time winner off the chain. Give me 13 off the chain, but goddamn it, give me something out the box. Show me you can get in there with the real shit. Off the chain ain't no real shit. Don't fool yourself. It's a gambler's trick. It's a gambler's game. Now, well, if I was to go off the chain, y'all would be mad at me because I'd be coming through there with a conditioned dog all the time. It don't matter. Off the chain don't mean shit to me. Off the chain, you ain't, what's the rule to an off the chain? For real. I can't come in shape. Why? We're doing this on the fly because that's all off the chain is. Let's do this. I'll be tearing y'all asses up. But my dog ain't getting nothing out of it. And that means what am I doing? Running around here getting a whole bunch of money hitting y'all pockets. Some of y'all ain't gonna like it. Some of y'all gonna learn real fast. Stop playing with that dude. Cause I'm gonna have a whole bandwagon of fan riders, a whole bus load. Everybody got money gonna be come running behind me, cause we're gonna be tearing y'all heads off. Don't think we can't. That's the point. I'm not just talking, I mean that. The odds is gonna be in our favor. Y'all know that. That's why y'all be careful with y'all off the chains when y'all be looking for us when we want to go out there and be like, you know, be some, you know, I didn't got a forfeit and somebody paid a forfeit and I got this dog in shape. I'm looking for your ass. Yeah, you pop up there off the chain now. I wish you would. I bet you I'm a big gambler now. You know what I'm saying? And that's what y'all fall for. That's when you get your biggest cracks. You know, ain't got to run around and show off nothing. Off the chain means just that. We show up to get up. You know what I'm saying? Get there, you gonna look at my dog, you gonna know he ain't conditioned, but that don't mean nothing. Cause you know you off the chain, it shouldn't matter, right? The hell, it shouldn't matter. Somebody just paid a forfeit. That dog is A. We still off the chain. Ain't no contract between us. We just here to bet this money. And I will guarantee you, your same old attitude gonna get you to do it, cause it shouldn't matter. Cause that's what 28% says. Shouldn't matter. Y'all want to be relevant, then y'all should be able to do it, regardless of how I bring it. Right? Now, Shark Tank, analyze that. Analyze what I'm saying. And you know, yo, that off the chain shit get shut down real quick. We ain't got to put no dogs in shape. We just get a whole little crew and just keep our dogs all shaped up and just run around and hit the off the chainers. We'll teach y'all a lesson. See, that's what they was doing with Barracuda and them. You know, and them guys back in the days of tutoring them, they were no off the chain. Don't get yourself, when they had them 13, 14 time winners, y'all, let me tell y'all something. This is when dog fighting was legal. They was fighting up in the Madison Square Garden. Let me tell y'all something. It wasn't unusual. It really wasn't unusual to see these dogs constantly getting put down like that. I mean, I'm pretty sure Earl Tudor did not go just run his shit around off the chain. Especially Blackjack, and what was that other big old white and black one? That one right there. He was another multi-time winner. Earl Tudor he matched dogs. These guys match dogs. They've down there set the rules in the format of what dog fighting was. Understanding that clearly. And there's nowhere in there does it give any type of rule or confirmation to an off the chain where it deserves any type of relevance in the growth of this dog game. None. None at all. It's off the chain is a gambler's game. Has nothing to do for the dogs. Nothing. And remember what I said, for the dogs. The dogs won't get the true respect that they're deserved to get because they don't know the difference. You see what I'm saying? So I'm a firm believer and totally against off the chain. You want to see me off the chain, don't get mad when I get there. Especially if it's for some good money. Don't get mad when I get there. Because you're going to see a shaped dog. Off the chain ain't got no rules to how I come. So don't say nothing about how I come. You're waiting on somebody to pay a forfeit. First thing I'm hollering. I'm looking for off the chain. 28% of y'all, there's 28% out there. Man, you know what that means? We catch these off the chain, I guarantee you we can break y'all fucking around that off the chain shit. I ain't lying. I'll tell you, Ohio came up out of that off the chain shit real quick. There's so many game busters out there coming in there swinging that off the chain. You got dogs coming out of keeps. Coming out of keeps with the right kind of money down there. I'll pay the forfeit and clean up on your ass tonight. that's how it was. You know, we had too many big kennels to be running around here with somebody running like a loose cannon with an off the chain now. It was not too much of that. If you want to get me, we gonna do it the right way. That's how we got to start doing. We grew out of the off the chain shit. Off the chain, it became extinct up in Akron. Period. Every kennel up in Akron fast lane, every one of them. Cleveland down to Columbus to Cincinnati. Off the chains was things of the past. It was like extinct.
Cut my boy Solo out. I don't understand what he asked me.
Okay. Question, what if none of them in the show was not out of hope, no turn, but movement for 10 minutes? Question. It says none of them said at the show, and none of them was out of hope, no turns, but there was no movement or movement. I don't get what you're asking me.
Just say his name Solo. Say his name Solo.
Solo, I'm trying to figure out what you're saying, man. No, it says, what if none of them in the show was not out of hope? That means they in hope. And there's no turns. Then we still have a continuing conflict. There's nothing going on. There's no calls on the table to be touching the dogs. That's what it means. You know, no turns, no out of hope. Dogs are still moving. There shouldn't be no questions to that. We should be still standing there watching dogs battle. You know, that's what that is, you know. Now, if you come to a situation that got both dogs in hope, both dogs ain't moving, then y'all might as well just sit on down there. Somebody better get their dog to moving, but it doesn't matter. They both, one of them is in hope. It don't even matter. Ain't no turns. You got one in hope, one ain't. Neither one of them doing nothing except for the one that's just holding me. You know, that's still, which there's nothing to that. You continue. You can't touch him. You can't grab him. The man can't grab his dog because his dog is out of hope. He can't do nothing. Y'all just be standing there looking at one dog in hope and one dog laying there. You know, nothing you can do but stand there. Even off the chain, they still going to the same rules off the chain that we have in a contract match. I would expect it to be that way. You know, same type of rules, yes it would be. We just get through the formalities of what makes a contracted match. But when it comes down to the get down, it's the same thing. Same rules. Same expectations. Just because we off the chain, I don't mean nothing once them dogs get down in that box. We back, it's the same goddamn thing then. That's where y'all gonna pay.
Want to give a big shout out to my man Pelican Bay in the house. What up, Pelican Bay's in the house? What up, fam?
PBK, what's up, baby? But yeah, man, hell yeah, I'd be right off the bat. Shoot. Man, we grew out of that real quick up in I think Ohio, period. I had never heard, you know, off the chain as much until I got down here in the South.
Solo said it was no movement.
Oh yeah, and like I said, Solo, yeah, they just gonna sit there then, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, until somebody let go, you know, that one let go, yeah, you just gonna stand there. You know, I done seen them being hope and get going, and both of them be laying there on the floor, man, and the dogs be snoring. Yeah, laying there, both dogs and fell asleep. It could be one in hope, or they both can be in hope. They could be just so damn tired that they'll sit there and be in hope and fall a damn sleep. Yeah, I've seen shows like that. Yes, sir. Yes. I remember the damn Dusty match. Remember how long I let Dusty sit there, man?
Big mistake.
The big mistake was a big mistake. No, dude, no. No. And when you dealing with a situation like that, what's right there? Who's that?
What up, bro?
Hey, you dealing with a situation like that,
okay,
all
man.
you can do is sit there and wait. You know, I would be trying to get my dog to get me, you know, especially if I got him. Somebody losing.
Plug you in, bro. That's always okay.
Somebody losing. So you need to get your hands and you need to get your dog up. Whoever you can't just sit there and let your dog lay there. Somebody's on top, somebody on the bottom. If they both on top, then and they both tied, then you better get your mind straight and somebody better get their dog back up on their feet. Because when you let them go for so long and get that long, somebody thinking about quitting too.
Number Mike, it's okay.
Big bro is in the house, my man, one and only. Richard Garcia, a.k.a. Schoolboy, a.k.a. the Professor's in the house.
It must be
Yeah, he wants to address that question.
a PBA announcement. Big bro called in. Yes, sir. You can handle this one. Go ahead, big bro.
How y'all doing? How's everybody doing?
I think they all doing their thumbs up, big bro. You know, I don't get that audience scream and shit. I ain't got that button to go, yay! But I'm already,
Yeah.
I got my hands up already waving in the air because you hear, cause I know you hearing this shit. I know you got something to say to this.
Again, that's a good topic. You know, it always comes up. You know, and everything you said was right. I agree with it. You know, first you got to establish what's off the chain. That means there's no rules, no referee, no weight, no time, no date, no nothing, no forfeit, nothing.
Yeah.
So that's the difference. Contracting match has all that. And even, let's say you do off the chain, there's a referee or whatever, you use the rules and all that. It's still, a match is a contest between two conditioned dogs. That's the definition of it.
That's right.
Right? So, now, you know, kind of what you were alluding to, you know, hey, you bring the dog however you want. As long as you meet those stipulations, date, time, place, weight, forfeit. If you want to show up with the dog with no work on it or, you know, and even some of them Bolio dogs, you know, you really didn't have to work them. They worked themselves. So it's just a matter of pointing them the last week, peeking them out, right? But if the show doesn't meet that stipulation, it's not a contracted match.
That's right.
And a lot of times what happens, you know, they want to give validity to off the chain. That you could bet $1 million. It's still off the chain, right? But what happens is when people become something like that becomes popular, people take it to the extreme. They do that with anything. So now what I heard recently or whatever, whether this was years ago or whatever, is, okay, let's say I collect a forfeit. That means I won. That's counted as a win. No.
No.
And that's what gets people to like, well, off the chain is legit. It's the same thing. No, it ain't. Because now you got to the point, or they got to the point where, well, I collect a forfeit. That's the same as a win. That's what happens when you misconstrue stuff or you take it to the extreme. So there's a reason why you had all those rules to make it a sanctioned match, right? And like you were saying, Tudor and all them, Tudor put an advertisement out, he would match a dog anywhere from 10 days to 30 days. But his contemporaries and himself wrote about him saying he was always conditioning his dogs. So he was always working them. He had about 7 of them at a time that he would work. So he could be ready in a short amount of time. If you wanted to go longer, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, whatever, right? You just adjust the keep to that. So that's how you could get by in matching, you know, in a short amount of time. Just like I mentioned before, I could do it in 4 weeks. If my dog was pre-prepped, on his food, down in weight, exercised to a certain point, and then I just finish him off the last 4 weeks. But off the chain is off the chain. It doesn't, like I said, you can win $1 million, great. You can win all kinds of money, great. You can be a gambler, great. Do all that. But it's not legitimate. And that's the whole reason for it, because you got to put the time in, you got to put the work in. No excuses. It's like a boxing match, you know, regardless of whether you took it on short notice or you took it on, you have a full 3-month conditioning, whatever it is. You have a time, a date, you got to make the weight, you got referees, you got all these rules. So that's what makes it legitimate. And that's the same thing with the off the chain versus a contract thing, you know.
But don't get it wrong now, you off the chainers. Don't get it wrong when you run into us matchdog men, okay? Cause I pick up a forfeit, I'm looking for you. I'm looking for you, okay? I'm looking for me an off the chainer. Give me a forfeit, I go get you off the chainer money.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If that's what you want to do, you want to bring them off the chain into a conditioned dog, that's up to you.
Oh, I swear to God.
And some dogs did, you know, short notice or replace dogs, but they still had to make the weight, put up a forfeit, and you know, have a certain time set for the show, a referee rules, all that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'd be like that too, man. You want to bring yours off the chain and get that forfeit up? I'll do it.
Yes, sir.
That's on you.
That's on you. That's right.
You know.
Sure would. I'm ready.
Yeah.
You know.
So the other question about being in hole, you know, is like you said too. Sometimes they just lay there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're tired. It usually doesn't happen early. It's usually, if it's a long, drawn-out fight, sometimes, you know, they'll just be in hope, right? And they stay that way until something happens, till they get back up and start going at it again, till somebody lets go and you got an out-of-hope count, or they get up and turn, or whatever it is, you know. The match continues the same way as if they was getting busy all that time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, another question in there I wanted to address. Somebody said, is a catch weight show off the chain? No. Catch weight means, and again, it was usually stipulated for large dogs. Because if you got a 55-pound dog or a 60-pound dog, it's hard getting those weights spot on like that. So it just means you come in whatever weight you come in at. It could be a 55-pound against a 60-pound, or a 57 against a 59, or whatever it is, right? And it was generally for the heavyweights. But any match where there's no weight stipulated, somebody could come in at 38, somebody could come in at 40, whatever it is. That's why they put catch weight, because a weight wasn't stipulated. And those were generally like, if I see your dog and I want to go into it, he's close to my dog's weight, or bigger, or little, or whatever, and you hook up and you do it without any weight stipulated, that's a catch weight match as well. That could be for any weight dog.
Does that fall under the same category as a range? You can't come in over 30 pounds, over 45.
Well, if
it's stipulated, it's still stipulated.
If it's stipulated at whatever the weight is stipulated, that's the weight it is. So if you're 45, and let's say somebody all they got is a 43 or 42, if they want to do something dumb like that, they can do that. You can bring them in whatever weight you want, as long as it's not over 45.
Exactly. That's right.
I wouldn't suggest somebody do that unless they got a badass bitch. You know, it's like I mentioned about Queen of Hearts. She fought Blondie twice. Blondie was only a 34-pound bitch. And she gave Queen hell, being that small, she gave her hell for a little bit, according to the reports.
Mm-hmm.
She lost the first one. Her side thought that, you know, he was off or something, whatever. Anyways, they rematched again, and Queen beat her again. It only went 30-something minutes, and the second one only went 2 or 3 minutes longer than the first one. So, you know, they got froggy, they jumped at it. Queen still smashed her, but, you know, people will do that.
They don't believe what they're seeing. They thought they had a killing-ass dog. You know what I'm saying? They thought that dog was going to finally catch her ass, and that's just not going to work.
Yeah, right. And maybe at her weight, 34, she was a badass.
Mm-hmm.
But not at 38, and not against Queen. You know yourself, you've seen her, you talked about her.
Yeah.
You know, you know, anything her weight or close to it, she probably would have smashed it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to give up weight with Queen, that just means it's going to be a shorter fight.
That's all.
Even if you got a badass, you know.
That's all. Bringing a 34-pounder in there, she ain't making 30 minutes, a little over 30. I give her credit for being bad, but you got smashed twice.
Yeah, twice. Yeah. I mean,
trying to be a better dog.
You know,
trying to be a better dog.
Yeah. They could have looked at it first time. Well, hell, she bit Queen. She actually bit her. You know, she got a chance. You know what I mean? Because I'm sure some of them dogs didn't even put a scratch on her. You know, I don't know, but she was just a badass. You know.
Barnstorming, just like their dog, first time and the second, it didn't go that long, so you know she in danger. If they pick it up that quick, you know what I'm saying? 30 minutes is, you know, when you losing in 30 minutes and under, you know you getting smashed. You getting busted out.
Right, and like most shows, how they go, you're losing before that. You just letting it go that long.
Right. You should have been out of there in 10 minutes.
Yeah. Hoping Queen get a heart attack and die, you know, before the dog gets killed. But you know, the people do all kinds of stuff. So, you know, she probably was at 34, a bad little bitch. She just not in the same class as Queen.
No.
You know, because Queen probably, if she had to go up to 40, she probably could have beat a lot of top bitches to it that way. Just because she was so strong and badass and all that, you know, she never went that long. You know.
No, she was a killer.
Yeah.
That is a fast lane killer, like Patty.
Yeah.
Patty gave up 30. She went in 31, but she was 2 pounds under. So that means Patty went in at 29 pounds, going into a 2-time winner.
Exactly.
And crushed her.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah.
No.
In fact, you know, back in the day, I asked, you know, not just me, but other people asked Boyle, why didn't you keep her, you know? Because he rolled her on bigger dogs. He would smash them the same way, you know? And you know, that was the question. Why didn't you keep her, you know? And his answer was, well, I didn't think she was game. She was killing everything I put on her, you know?
Mm.
Now, in more modern times, somebody go, I don't care if she's game or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
she's a killer.
But you're talking about the Boyle's dogs. Remember, they're killers, but they all quick.
Yeah.
And you know, the more killer she was, the more quicker he thought she would quit.
Probably. That's just that old way of thinking. You know, like a lot of guys think hard biters are curved. You know, they're not.
A Boyle's one is. I mean, we're talking about Ronnie Boyles.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, come on now, and Ron John, same way. Yeah. His attitude would be the same way. The game, the rougher they is, twin, they quit quicker. That was his thing.
Even you know, you mentioned Tudor, right? And he said this even though I don't think he believed it. He didn't like stifle dogs because they think the dog's going back there to stay out of trouble. He don't want to be where the action. And we had a little discussion in my group about that. You know, well, Tudor didn't like that. He wouldn't breed to a stifle dog. This and I said that's not true because a lot of times these guys say things and they're just saying it to get a rise out of you, or they're saying it because that's what they were told. Just like maybe Boyles, that's why he said it, right? And I said, there's a picture of Blackjack Jr. in a dog's stifle.
Sure is.
And you know, he bred that dog. He matched him 7 or 9 times, whatever it was. He was a killer, gave up weight, all that. So there's a lot of times there's these old ways of thinking that are not true. It doesn't even make sense. Why would, you know, for me, the dog going to the back end, whether it's stifle, the belly, guts, groin, whatever, that's just an old instinct from predators in the wild. That's where they go.
Yeah.
Because they know that's where you disable a dog, that's where the nutrients are, this and that. So if it carries over into a fighting dog, that's all that is. It has nothing to do with whether they're game or whether they're cur. It's just an instinct that they have. Just like dogs, a lot of times you see them, they'll go to the left side of their opponent, that shoulder or armpit or whatever, rather than the right side. And my way of thinking is that's the side the heart is on. So they're trying to kill them. They know that, just like they go in the throat. they know that's where you kill them. A lot of predators do that too. They either get the back of the neck or they go right in the throat. You'll see them. They just hold them there till they choke them out. So those are just instincts in a predator. They're instincts in pit dogs and whatever. And it comes out depending on, you know, the dog itself.
That's right.
So, you know, but yeah, thanks for the shout out, guys, too. And man, thanks for coming on my show. Getting a lot of likes, a lot of views. It was great. A lot of behind the scenes, you know, giving you guys props, you know. Because a lot of guys, they won't, you know, I understand it. They don't like to comment or they don't like to post stuff, this and that. And they tell me that. I tell them, that's all right, you know. But they'll message me or they'll call me. One guy called me today. Man, that was a good show, you know. He goes, I watched the Twin show, you know, and you know, I like it a lot. And I liked it that you had them on your show. It's kind of a different perspective, you know.
Right.
Because, you know, when you have people on your show like me, like I'm doing now, you let us talk. And that's great. And you get the information, you ask questions, all that. But when it's reversed like that, now I let you guys talk. And I want to hear what you have to say. You notice most of the time I was just sitting there, I wasn't saying nothing.
Right.
Because I want to hear it, you know. And that's just the camaraderie, that's the fellowship, all that. And that's, you know, letting someone that I respect, the both of you, get the information out, get the history out, you know, because there's a lot of good stuff in there. And stuff that, even though I watched your show, I hadn't heard that before, you know, like all the names you give up and like that. So it was great. So I appreciate it, guys.
Oh, I appreciate it too. I'd be trying to figure out, like, you know, there's so much going on up in there in my little world, you know, and the names and you know, just my experiences. I can go on and on and on.
Yeah, can't we all?
I mean, there's just that experience of just being around so many of them, you know what I mean? And getting the chance to see the things that we've seen. You know, I can sit there and a lot of those guys, you know, they be having these pedigrees and they be looking at their dogs and how they bred and, you know, and I think the best thing about it is when they're listening, you get that feeling like you can just become a part of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You right there.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, when I go back and goes back to my replays, man, it puts me back in those times where, you know, I be literally feeling that feeling. You know, I get into my emotions and everything gets caught up. Like I just can't forget those times. You know, there's so many
You're
moments.
right. It's almost like you relive it. You know.
Yeah.
And then other stuff comes to you, and you know the way I look at it. Well, that's another video. That's another topic.
That's right.
Cover.
I
I got tons of stuff written down. You know, and I'll never cover it as long as I live, but I'll try my best to do it. But you know that's part of it too. You know, every little, not every little, but every topic could go on in different tangents, different areas. One thing could be covered 100 times, and you'll never cover everything about that one thing, whether it's nutrition, feed, breeding, you know, even the shows we saw, you know. Somebody asked me one time, how many shows have you seen, Richard? Man, I can't tell you. I know it's hundreds, maybe it's thousands. I don't know, because I forget so many of them. And you're talking about, you know, years of doing it and seeing them and traveling here and there. And, you know, and it gives me a perspective, you know, when I used to travel a lot back then, of different dog men, different dogs, how they do things here, how they do things in, you know, on the East Coast, in Michigan, how they do things in the South, how they do things in Mexico, how they do things in Europe and Central America and South America, you know. And there's a lot of similarities, but everybody got their own way of doing it. And everybody got their own way of conditioning or feeding or even breeding, you know.
That's true.
So, you know, I don't think we'll ever cover everything, but we're going to try, ain't we?
Oh yeah, I mean, by the time I get done dumping information, you know, just on the experience part of it, we can go on for it. That's what makes us still out here doing it, because there's always something we forgot. You know, there's always something new we can bring back to the table. You know, and that's what I enjoy that, because, you know, a lot of good old dog men out there. I can remember a lot of things they was doing, a lot of things that was being said. Like, you know, one of the guys said, remember I spoke on Ohio Cash.
Right.
And I seen
Yeah.
somebody speak on it in the comments, you know. He's
Yeah.
a good
Somebody
guy.
gave him a shout out. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was, you know, that in itself, you know, that was good for me because, you know, I ain't the only one to Ohio Cash, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And, you know, that's one
Right.
of them, that's a whole story in just him alone, you know?
Right.
You know, and he
brings-
messed
it
with that
brings
back door stuff. You know, the back door
Right.
dogs, yeah, that's what he was having back then.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. It brings back memories too, because people that, you know, maybe they ain't thought about someone like him in a long time, and then it refreshes their memory. Oh yeah, I know that dude. I remember him. Yeah, this and that, like Harmon, and you know, even Indiana Gary and Buns and Company and
Yeah.
Buffalo Soldier.
Yeah,
You know,
I mean, the whole array of them. Don't
Yeah. Yeah.
keep saying Buffalo
Yeah.
Soldier. Y'all better keep on saying Biorio. You know he's emotional. You know me and my
Yeah.
cemetery rest.
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
you know he'll take that
Biorio.
personal, man. Shoot.
Yeah. Even myself, when you were naming the names, I followed them guys. I knew who they were, but I hadn't thought about them in a long time, and that refreshed my memory about them. You know,
I
so
try
when
to
I go through my
always-
journals and all that, I'd be looking for them names. You know, looking for old names, old matches. You know, and that's what keeps the game alive. You know.
This is sure is. I mean, it'd be funny because, you know, I know how they get. You know, he probably old as hell now. And you expect to hear his name. You know?
Right.
You know, you be like,
Yeah.
Twin, don't act like y'all done forgot me. I ain't gonna never forget y'all. You know what I'm saying? I make sure I don't forget none of them. I try to remember. I know I done missed a couple of them, but I know I done came back through and cleaned up my shit. You know? I make sure I get all of them in because all of them, there's been so many of them, and you know, in all the different places that, you know, I can go back through and catch the ones that I missed because, you know, we got to keep it moving, guys. But then don't worry, we can always come back and you hear a different story, but the same story because there's more to the story.
Same person, same dog, different story.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
Schoolboy, while I got you on here, I first want to give a shout out to my man, Jock Mason with the 2-piece. Appreciate that, Jock.
What's up, Jock? He been staying in touch with me lately.
And another one thing, I want to, we got a new guy in the house, Derek Reagan. Derek, I didn't get a chance to understand your question, fam, but appreciate you coming to the room. If you put that question up, man, put it in the chat. I'll make sure we address it. Appreciate you coming by. Well, I got you on here, Schoolboy. You know, I always had a thing about my boys out to VBK. The reason you always hear me speaking them, right? They out West Coast. They came all the way here to Florida to grab one of our dogs. We really didn't know too much about them, but I thought that was a long trip. And to see what they did and to know you knew them personally. You knew them out that way, right? I always wanted you to give me an insight exactly who they was. Because, you know, we did our homework. And we found out who they really was. They were some bad boys.
Right. Yes, sir. They, you know, they used to come to my shows, you know, early on when they were first starting out. You know, they got connected with the right people. And they would come to my show. They seen Champion Bill. They seen Howler. They seen Percy, you know, different dogs. And VBK means Vieira Brothers Kennel. And they were called the Cubans because they're Cubans. At one point, they had 5 champions on their yard at the same time. They had Champion Harvey Wallbanger, Champion Red, Champion Cyclone, Champion Blackie, and another one I forget. But there's a picture out there with them holding all 5 champions in a row. They had a lot of little gator stuff, you know. I sold Bugsy, who was off of Champion Ninja, and Miss Rowdy. Miss Rowdy was Big Red's sister. I sold her to the Kennels, the ones who had Little Gator. They bred her to Little Gator, and they got Champion Cyclone. They had Ninja, Little Bugsy. Had Burrito, was a 2-time winner, 1-time loser, and Champion Red, I think, was the one, or Champion Black, I forget which one, was from that litter too. So they had some of my stuff because they had seen it. You know, that was their way of getting it. But they were real successful. And one thing about, you know, the West Coast guys, they will travel. They'll travel to get dogs. They'll go there and get them or send a female. And a lot of the guys out here, like Mexican Dan, Steve Hendricks, Tito and the Local Boys, Pineapple Kid, traveled all over the country with their dogs, competed with, you know, because they want that cred. If you say the South has the best dogs, OTK too, been all through the South, up north, Canada, all that. They want the cred of, you know, we can travel and compete with top guys in way out of our area. You know, it was kind of like a badge of honor when you did that, you know. So BBK was like that too. They'd go to Baja, or they'd go all around, you know, Arizona, like that. Real good people. Billy, rest his soul, he's not with us no more. I mean, Ricky, rest his soul, he's not with us no more, but Billy still is. I don't know if they have dogs no more, but yeah, they were competitive now. A lot of shows, a lot of good dogs. Negrita was off of the little gator to I think it was Dolly Varden, or she was a sister to either Angel or Black Angel. And they called Angel the Angel of Death because he was a killer. Danny Burton conditioned him for a few of his shows. He was owned by Bruno, and he won his first. And I think Danny and Mike Driggers used him for the next, either his last 3 or his last 2, I forget. But they won. He beat Mr. K's champion Earl. He was just a killer. He'd open you up. He'd break your stifle, break your legs, crush your muzzle. Everywhere he bit, it was just, I mean, shit was over in 5-10 minutes, even though some of them went longer. But I don't think he went much longer than 30 minutes, you know, maybe. Badass dog.
My man Ram said VBK the only kennel to ever beat him twice.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, he's familiar with them. He knows them, you know, and he can, you know, maybe one day you'll have him on there again. He'll talk about them too, give personal experiences. You know, I never went into them, but because it was kind of when I was getting out, they were coming in, and when they first started out, they I think their first show was against that champion Angel. That was the first match they ever had, going into an ace killer like that. You know, they thought they had a good one too. Their dog had beat everything they put on it. You know? But different level with dogs like Angel and top level dog man. So their introduction was like, you know, it's a wake up call. I better get on the bandwagon. I better get up there, up my game, up my quality of individual dogs if I want to compete. And they did. You know, they were determined. They were competitive.
Well, guess what? That competitive ball them all the way to Florida, got one of them going hard dogs, and guess what? They took that bitch out there and made her a champion.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
They had a stone. They came and got a stone killer.
Right. They had several champions because they would go into anybody. It didn't matter. Didn't matter where it was at. And they proved it, you know. So something caught their eye or their ear for going hard dog. And maybe it was by chance they got a good one. Maybe it was through their hard work or whatever it was. They did good with her too. And that's the mark of a good dog man. They can take a good dog and get everything you can get out of it, you know. And you guys are familiar with that too, you know.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I got you here. You know, once you're here, I got you now.
Yeah.
Now, you know, back in the day, you know, you got a name. You know how we used to go out hunting, and you got a name. People would stalk you then because everybody wanted to go after the name guy, right?
Right.
That sets for some of the good fights, right?
Right.
But tell me it wasn't a whole lot of ducking going on.
Well, you alluded to it on show, right?
Right.
Where the top guys, they end up going into each other because other guys, whether they consider top or whatever, they won't go into you. So you always had ducking. You always had, people, and whether they would admit it or not, I don't want no part of that dog.
Mm-hmm.
But then you have the other side where they don't care. They go into you, whatever. If they had something, they were going to do it, That's how you get champions and grand champions. Because the word people ain't scared.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to try their luck. But there's, and maybe later on there was more ducking or whatever than in my time. But yeah, they're always been like that. I've collected forfeits, I challenged dogs before that were champion or 2-time winners, 4-time winners, and they were retired, or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
not available. So yeah, it happens. It happened, always will.
Did it ever happen to you?
What's that?
Did it ever happen to you? Did people duck you?
Well, I can't say that because nobody comes out and says, I don't want no part of your dog. But if I'm collecting forfeits, there's a reason for that.
That's ducking.
If I'm challenging a champion and all of a sudden he's retired now, he's not 5 years old, he's not 6 years old. Maybe it's a legitimate reason they're retiring him, but maybe not. So I can't openly say somebody ducked me, but under the circumstances, we didn't fight. Why not? Because I was ready. I'm willing. I'll do it on short notice. I don't care. I'll do whatever. I'll come up a pound. I don't care. It's just I want to see, and I'm matching my skill against your skill as a conditioner, and my dog against your dog, quality. So I'm not bold enough to say that. Shit, I don't know, but like I said, some dogs were retired, and sometimes I collected a forfeit.
Well, this is why I'm saying you're a good guy. I'm the mouthpiece for Going Hard, so I'm gonna let you know now. I'm gonna call it what it was. They found out who the hell they were finna go into. They were like, hell no, give them the forfeit.
Yeah.
That's ducking to me all day long. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to have to admit it, but I have every right in the world to say you're ducking me, because if you don't like what I'm saying, you put your money back on the wood and let's get it done. That's how I handle this shit. You know what I mean?
I used to tell them, look, you never know, you might win. You
Yeah,
don't know.
that's what I say.
The dogs don't care. One time a top guy, I won't say his name, but everybody considered him probably the best conditioner around. And that's not taking anything away from anybody. And he had a very good dog. And we were hooked up. And a week before the show, he called me up, Richard, I'm a forfeit. Why? This and that and da-da-da, I don't think you make the weight and all this stuff, right? Okay. Now, in my mind, going, man, this is going to be a tough fight. Win, lose, or draw, this is going to be tough because he's good. But a week before the show, he called me up and then pays his forfeit. And then I wait about a week. I hook my dog up again. And, he ends up winning his match against a different dog. But then I see the dog I was going to go into, he matched him like 2 times after that,
No.
Yeah. So he's one of the guys I told we should have done it, man. That would have been epic. Because you don't know. Maybe you would have won. You'd have played hell winning with me against me, but you never know. And that's why we do it, to see.
Right.
And he wasn't normally like that, but he respected me a lot, I guess, and he knew what I had. Maybe it wasn't in the cards or whatever it was,
Mm-hmm.
That's why I don't know if they're ducking or not. Like you said, I'm a nice guy. I don't talk down people. But the fact that people did duck people yet, hell yeah. Because, any number of reasons, It's almost like, you challenge me, well, I'm not going to look like a punk. I'm going to accept the challenge.
Right.
And later on, I can think of an excuse to not do it,
Have you ever did that?
No, hell no.
Neither have we. Never.
I could never bring myself to do that because, you know, what does that say about my reputation, my integrity, or my dogs?
But come on now. We gotta give Mike from Hardcore a break. He was trying to act like that, knowing damn well he didn't want to run into Pandy. Come on, come on.
Could be.
You know, because you know.
Legit, yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
He was sticking his head out there with 9 Millie. You know 9 Millie did become grand champion. She did become dog of the year.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you know, he was barking. He was acting like that, but in the backside of it, he didn't want no piece of that, or he would have never got upset when he got put on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know
that exactly. You know, my way of thinking. You know, and then this is not to brag, but whatever dog I went into, whether I, even the ones I lost to, I never got blowed out. I never lost short. I never got killed. Nothing like that. And I'd like to think because of the quality of dog I had. That's one of the reasons I wasn't scared. You know, my cousin used to tell me, there's no dog gonna bum rush you and kick your ass like that. You know, they're gonna have to work for it.
Mm.
And they did. And it usually took them a while to do it.
Mm.
And so I had that kind of confidence. You know, I ain't bringing no punk, man. I don't care if you got an ace killer. Cause I went into dogs that were killers or supposed killers or, champions or 4-time winners, 5-time winners like that. So it wasn't, I wasn't scared that way, you know.
Right.
And I knew, I had enough dog and I had enough conditioning where you're going to play hell to beat me. That's just the way it was. And I wasn't a braggart back then. I'm not a braggart now, but that's the result of it. I don't think you'll find anybody if you to know all the people I went into or all the people that were around that said I ducked somebody. I would never do that. Nah, man. We're gonna find out.
Oh yeah, I'm ducking. I ducked Pandy. I'd have ducked May May with Pretty Mama. Oh, I don't know though.
No, hell no.
No,
Yeah.
I don't know.
But see, here's the difference. Here's the difference though. There's nothing wrong saying I don't have a dog to beat your dog. That's not ducking. What I'm saying is people will avoid a dog and not say that. Or they'll make some excuse and pay a forfeit. Or sometimes it's a legitimate excuse, but if it is, you just look them up later. There's nothing wrong if you say, I just don't have a dog that weight that could do that, you know? It's kind of like Tito one time, he went into Grand Champion Tornado, he went into Robert Jr., he went into JoJo, another female, It was pretty much a walk and known that he was going to lose to Tornado. But part of the deal was, a 3-dog show, you got to bring 3 dogs. So in his mind, okay, I'm going to lose to Tornado probably. I don't have the dog for her. I'm going to do it anyways and hopefully make it up on the back end with the other 2 dogs. And he ended up winning the other 2. And so maybe money-wise, he was okay, came out okay. And, there's no shame in losing to Tornado, and he won 2 out of 3. So, those scenarios happen too, and I've done that. I did that with Bill and his son Howler, Okay, I'll bring, you want to go into Howler? Okay, but you got to go into me with Bill too, or your buddy does, your friend does. So at the very least, I'm at the worst, I would have lost both.
Mm-hmm.
Or I would have went 1-1, but I ended up winning both, so I came out ahead. That was kind of the stipulation. Or sometimes I would make a stipulation, I want to go into that dog. Now, they could have brought another dog, but I want to beat that dog because that's a good dog, and everybody's saying I can't whoop that dog. That's what I went after. That's what I wanted to do. I want to beat that one because I'm not supposed to win. So I want to show them different.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it worked out, sometimes it didn't. I wanted to go into Champion Nikki. I got beat because she is a good dog. And I had a good dog. Nikki was a better one. That's all it is.
Well, I feel like
yeah.
if it's in the same line, I ain't trying to mess with it. I'm gonna respect it. If it ain't, I'm going after it.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just gonna keep it real. Sometimes it's just it's the respect of the line for me. You know.
Yeah.
Especially if we're on the same, you know, I can see a couple generations out the way. We're on the same, a different trail, but on the same trail, and we clashing. I just don't like that. It just,
No, I get you. It's like you know, Joe Chan with he had Floyd, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it came up, hey, let's go into each other, you know. And for his part, he said, man, Richard, he goes, I don't want to do it because, you know, it's the same blood. This and that. Joe, I don't care. The dogs don't know they related. Doesn't matter. They're both Jeep dogs. That's okay. And he goes, man, Richard, I don't feel right. So out of respect for him, because he's a big guy, man, he was, rest in peace. I said, hey, Joe, we don't have to do it. It's okay. I understand. To you, there's no money in it. Doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have to do it. But if he'd have said yes, I'd have done it. And maybe I'd have beat Floyd. Maybe I'd have lost to Floyd, you know. But I damn sure would have done it. We'd have found out, man, who had the better Jeep dog, you know. And they were both two-time winners, so somebody was making champion.
Yep, that's true.
Hey,
So,
Mr. Garcia, schoolboy.
mm-hmm.
One of the sharks in the tank want to know, Eli Monster. He wants to know, what do you think about the Negrino dogs? And you have any input on the dogs that came off of you?
Yeah, I didn't see any directly off Negrino, but we went into some Negrino dogs, and I seen some other ones, you know. I always say this, you know, the ones I seen, they were rough and they were fast, you know. The good ones hit the muzzle and the stifle. And that was Mr. Rowdy's first match. He won an hour 28. It was a good little dog. He just wasn't game. Then I seen two other ones, Joey and Magnum. Magnum beat Steve in 2 hours and 40 minutes. And Joey, I forget his first one, but he beat a white dog too in an hour 15. He beat Flapjack. And then there's the dog I beat. His sister fought the same day against LA Dream Team, and she lost. She lost fast, but she just didn't have the experience, just not at that level. Mm-hmm. But the one Mr. Rowdy beat, he gave us hell, man. That's the one where I mentioned this before. Mr. Rowdy was behind. He was losing, right? Mm-hmm. And Angie was inside the house, and she comes outside. And she looks over, and she sees Mr. Rowdy. You know, he's behind. You know. So she starts talking to him. Man, his tail perked up. He started wagging 100 miles an hour and started putting the shit to that dog. So everybody around the box is going, talk to him, man. She talked to him, you know. But he listened to her more than me because she bottle fed him. She raised him. That was her dog. He loved her, man. That was his mom. So, you know, things like that happen too. Now, what do you want anyways? Yeah, but maybe it would have been tougher because he kicked it into gear once he heard his mama talking to him, like, you know, get his fucking ass, you know, like that.
Wow.
But they were solid dogs, you know. Like anything else, some gang, some quit. You know, they cross good with different things. But that's one thing I remember about them, man. They rough. Most of them had good mouth, and they were smart as well as fast and bit good too. You know.
The one we had one. We had a cross with Champion Outlaw, the son of the yellow.
Okay.
And the bottom side, the Negrino bitch on the bottom, she was off of that thing, you know I'm gonna say Prissy.
Okay.
And she was good until we bred her to termite. I don't know. She was good until we bred her. Then she had some termite puppies, right?
Yeah.
And the next time we did her, she quit.
Mm-hmm.
And quit on a lesser dog too.
Maybe not, you know.
Yeah,
it's like a lot of bloodlines. Maybe on their own, they're okay, but they do let her cross. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it just depends on the individual dog, how they're bred and all that.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
she definitely fooled everybody on that mode.
No, that wasn't one of our
Yeah.
what wasn't one of our losses. That was my kennel partner taking it upon himself to run out there, knowing we were trying to tell him, you know, man, look, man, she ain't been tested. Need to let us
Yeah.
keep her on the yard a little longer, right? No,
Yeah.
he wanted to he wanted to jump ahead of the game and
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
got
Well,
his head
you know,
cracked
what
on
it
a
is, a lot
lesser
of times
dog.
Right. What it is a lot of times is dogs impress you, right? They look so good, they look like world beaters. And you know, you can get by with some dogs depending on the competition, or if they a hard bite or whatever, they can win. But you gotta have that bottom. I don't care what anybody says, it's gotta be there because you're not always she was too much of a killer. I don't know if you know, well, I saw a little female in Mexico, 5-time winner. When I seen her, she won in 15 minutes. And she never went over 25 minutes. Well, in her 6th match, she quit. And that's what happens a lot of times with those impressive dogs. They don't get tested. The person's going on their ability. They can beat a certain class of dog, but when you move up in class, the curve will come out. Whether they get frustrated, whether they get bit down themselves. And then you have the opposite end, badass dogs like Daisy or Alex, or you know, also or all these other dogs I've seen, Chamuco, that when they get tested, they don't quit. And that's part of the reason they win too. They don't quit, the other dog quits.
Mm-hmm.
Because that heart is there. It's if you do a dog any number of times, most of the time, you're going to see some kind of heart out of it. Sometimes you don't. There's, you know, I've seen dogs win in 2 minutes. I've seen one dog in the throat 2 minutes from the time it started to the time it ended. 2 minutes. It's over. I don't know if that dog was game, but if he had gone on and he wasn't able to get that throat hold, or he fought a different class of fighter, then the curve might have come out. And that's you know, that's something that runs in cycles. It happens in horses, happens in game fowl, happens in dogs.
Mm-hmm.
People are impressed with these hard biters, whether they gain or not. Even the ones that quit, they'll keep them and breed them and keep using them. And they're just going on that ability and hard mouth.
Mm-hmm.
But then what happens is you start having these dogs quit. All these dogs quitting that are hard mouth dogs and rough and got finish, but they get put behind or they get tested and they don't stay. And then what does a breeder have to do? Well, I got to get that gameness back in. I got to do it. They do it with horses too. You got a rabbit, a front runner. He can win the Derby, which is 1.25 miles, but then you put him in the Preakness and the Belmont, which is, you know, 1.5 miles, 1.75 miles, whatever it is. It's a longer race. They don't win. Same thing with birds. They want these hard-hitting, cutting birds, and they come out there and boom, boom, boom. But they don't have no finish, and then they quit. They get popped back a little bit, put behind a little bit, they take off flying. That runs in cycles. It always has. It happened in my day. It happened after my day. It happened before my day. So that's why that heart is so important.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's embarrassing when your fucking dog quits. I don't care what anybody says. So just, you know, that's why I push that, you know. And like I said, gameness ain't laying around and getting beat up like that, you know. It's that intensity, that hate, that anger, that finish, you know. They don't care what's happening to them. They don't care if they're ahead, behind, rattled, beaten up, broke leg. They're trying to kill you. They're trying to finish you. They don't lose their focus. That's all that's on their mind. They don't think they're losing. They think they're winning. They're going to get you. They could be gassed out. They could be running hot. That's why it matters. Because at some point, you're going to be in that situation. If you do dogs long enough, you're going to be in that situation more than once. So you got to have it.
Let's see. I'm just thinking about some of them blowouts that I've seen. My funniest ones is when the new cats come in. You know, my boy had his first dog. You know, she was local smashing dogs, and he was real pumped on her. Twin, I'm telling you, this bitch is bad. Okay, man. All right. You want me to get you hooked? Okay, I get him hooked. We got to travel, though. We got to travel. That should have been an indicator there. But the whole time, I'm telling you, man, you're going to get introduced to the fast lane, all right? No, you just think it's all the same. Okay, all right. I can't tell him that. Man. Hey, man. When we get there, this dude is so confident. You know, I guess, his confidence was overwhelming, okay? He just knew that he was ready. You know what I'm saying? Man, they cut that damn dog loose, man. He ran into a little shady lady. Cause boy, that bitch came out there and jumped on his dog, man, so damn quick, man. I mean, dismantled her in a matter of minutes. I'm talking about 10 minutes in, we were done. And he looked at me like, man, what? What the hell was that? I said, welcome to the fast lane. Okay?
This is where the big boys play.
This is how it is.
Like I said, on that certain level, they look like killers. They could be killers.
Yeah.
But I've seen so many dogs do that. Pull up on top, or they get put behind a little bit, take off running, jump the pit. Embarrassing. Or they just,
I don't know how they get away. I don't know how they do that, man. And you don't catch that at home. Cause me, I'm always looking for that at home. I mean, that's the only television I get a chance to see something free, and I am.
That's where you're supposed to find out. Now again, it's the experience of the handler or conditioner. The dogs show you certain things.
Right.
So if you have the mindset or the standard that says the dogs have to do this, this, that, this, that.
Yeah, we go to war. We got to know your soldiers.
They're lacking in one or two or three of those things. They're not what you think they are. I don't care if they're a bone crusher. They start scratching slow, or they look away, or they tuck their tail, or they get their hair starts standing up, or they growl or something like that. There's always an indicator. They lose focus, they look away, they turn. All of these signs they're giving you, but people are not paying attention to that. They're paying attention to what their dog is doing.
Right.
He's biting hard, he's strong, he's rough. I gotta see it. If I don't see it, I ain't putting them out there.
You don't look like you like that. You must get to snapping at you. You act like you don't like that snapping at you. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Why are you acting funny?
Right. Don't you understand? A curve will snap. You gonna quit on a curve? Well, I can't have that.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
It's kind of, like a lot of guys, you've seen it, they be rolling dogs or whatever, and the dog starts showing you some bad signs. Oh, let's stop it. That's good enough. That's good enough. I'll stop right there. Or even in a show, dog starts quitting, I'm going to pick up. So they can say they picked their dog up. The dog was going to quit. The dog in the role was going to quit. So when I see that situation, I'm letting it go. I don't care if they're young, older, middle, whatever the dog is. I'm going to find out right here and right now. I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to give them a second chance.
You are so right about
other
that.
People, they won't do that. They'll bank on, well, he bites hard. Well, if he does fight this lower class opponent, yeah, he's going to win. But you don't know that when you're going in there a lot of times. And then you end up, you're a C-class dog going into an A-class dog. You're going to get smashed, man.
You're going to get smashed. And my man, he never forgot that.
It's a good learning lesson, It's a good lesson.
He said he'll never forget that one. But I tell you what, it took him a couple years to lose the next one. He went on a winning spree after that. Yes, he did, because he had to change up his lineup. You know what I'm saying? You need to start all over, bro. And now you ready to listen.
Yeah, it makes you harder too. Now you're going to check them more because you don't want that to be happening. And you start seeing little things that show you what you've seen before. I seen that. Last time I seen it, the dog quit. So I'm gonna find out right here and right now. And usually you're right. They're gonna quit and they do that. You know, I see dogs do that on top, winning a show. But there's something I seen earlier in the show. Man, that dog gets put behind or he gets bit back hard. He's out of here.
And he started looking
And
at
just like that, in a split second, boom, they let go, turn away, and take off, or they just turn, put them up to scratch, and they quit. And some people don't see that. It's like a surprise. Wow, I didn't see that coming. I did like 15 minutes ago.
You better pay attention to those scratches too. You better pay attention to those scratches too, because what about the one that you hold between your legs, and as the dog coming across, you start noticing you feeling him back in between your legs. That's
Yeah.
oh, what the hell is this shit? Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Dog coming, you feel that? You see that dog backing up? Wait a minute, you ain't even.
Wait, yeah. You're supposed to be fighting to get out of this corner. You're
Right.
to get into the corner.
No, he's backing into the corner. Okay, I feel that. I feel that. Yep, he's done. He's done.
So like you said, it's better to find that out in the roll pit than when you got some money on them. You know.
See, I seen it. You know, I refereed plenty of shows, and I'm gonna tell you the ones that I always catch doing it. The Boyles dogs.
Yeah.
They do that, man. You'll catch them doing it, man, and they scratches. They as you coming across that, I guess they don't like that full on blast or something. But they'll back up.
Yeah, could be. The Boyles dogs I had were way before though. They were way before Cherokee Chief breeds, all that stuff. So they had more Boleo in them. So them dogs were game. They didn't have the mouth like that. But I noticed that too, you know, throughout the years. That's what they, you know, they had a tendency to do that.
Right, that's when you
so
know.
Again,
you know something ain't right.
It might have been, you know, you giving up some heart for some mouth.
Yeah.
And maybe people accepted that. I wouldn't have accepted it. You can have both. There's no reason not to. And maybe you give up a little mouth, it bites hard, but not a 10, maybe a 7 or something like that. That's okay. As long as they don't quit. But some people make excuses. And even, you know, later on, as it turned out, people were, you know, you breeding on paper or you breed on ability only, and you forget about the gameness. So you're going to lose it. And that's what I mean. It comes in cycles like that. Now they're scrambling around trying to find game dogs to put in their shit when they never should have lost it in the first place. And that happened quite frequently, you know. It's just like you can have a bunch of game dogs. If they ain't got no ability, no mouth, no strength, no speed, all you have is a game dog. It's hard to win with that too. It's not just one-sided.
You're right. I mean, gameness is not going to help you.
It's not. All they're going to do is get your dog killed, or you're going to pick up
and get you picked up. And for real.
Yeah, and you start doing that a lot. Well, you still lost.
No matter. Hey, speaking of that, you know? Hey, speaking of that, let's talk about that. Pretty Mama, her daddy, Stormy Norman's champion whistler. He was a 3-time winner, 3-time loser. All the 3 that he lost all game. Like he red boy to the max.
Right.
And this dog would go in and he would go maybe 2 or 3 hours and just keep on scratching until this dude decided to finally go ahead and just pick his dog up.
Right.
Now if you can go in there and kill Whistler, get him picked up, or he's gonna bring the Karachi.
Right.
You know.
Right.
But that's how he made a champion though. It took him 6 tries. You know what I'm saying? It took him 6 tries.
Yeah.
But he finally made champion.
That's an accomplishment, but you know, you don't want to have a lot of dogs like that. You know, maybe one. But you can't depend, is what I'm saying, on dogs like that. Just being game. And a lot of the red boy dogs, because they inbred so tight, that's the way.
And that's what's wrong with it. That's what was wrong with it. Yeah.
But if you notice, the straight red boy dogs, some of them made champion, some of them made 4-time winner. I can't think of one that's a grand champion. Maybe I'm wrong.
Me either.
Straight red boy. right? And it's because of that. You need more. And not just with red boys. Most dogs need some kind of cross. It's like, you know, the pet you were talking about the other day with your stuff. Heavy Stone City, heavy Mayday, heavy Buck, whatever it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've got that ace on the bottom.
Yeah. That
Right.
little bit of ace
You need
in there.
that.
Yes, sir.
You need that. Because if it was all just the Mayday, Red Boy, and all that stuff, your dogs wouldn't have had the ability. Because where is the ability coming? Where's the mouth? Where's the stifle fight? Where's the intensity?
Mm-hmm.
Intensity too. But where's that finish coming from? It's got to be coming from the ace and that stuff. It's got to be coming from the head trick or whatever you had in there.
Yeah, they can't Charlie and Zebo and Toxic Spider.
There you go, with Miss Willie and all that. So
Yes,
you
sir.
need that.
Yeah.
Whenever people are breeding, there used to be a saying, and I'm not saying this is what Ace was, but the old timers used to say you got to have some shit in your blood. Not meaning that it's crap, but it's something that you look at it and it don't belong there.
Mm-hmm.
Or some fluke shit that don't go with that blood. It don't have to be related. It doesn't have to go to that blood. It's just quality animals like Ace and Charlie like that in your blood to bring the ability up, to give them some mouth, put some finish into them. And you could have heavy on one side, and then you got that little quarter or that eighth that's something different, and that's what will make the difference in the quality of your animal.
Mm-hmm. And I believe
So
that.
whether
I
you
think
were,
that's what happened
or whether
with.
you will realize that at the time that you were making your breedings or not, you did the right thing. That's the way it has to be done. You know, for the most part.
I said that about Yellow too. That little shot of Jocko in there did the same thing that I felt like Ace did to all the shit.
Yep, Jocko
You know?
don't hurt. You
That's
know?
right. You know.
It has its purpose. You know.
Yeah. The right
And
click.
when you put it all together, even the buck in there or whatever, depending on you know, how you put it bred, it all there for a reason. It all helps. So that's why I'm kind of against, you know, real tight, heavy inbred dogs, because and you can be successful with inbred dogs. You can have good dogs and they're inbred. But if they're not backed by performance and gameness and ability, you're going to lose a lot of shit. It's not worth having. You know, that's been proven over and over, even though people don't believe me. They don't study, they don't know the history. But that's what happens. There's nothing wrong with throwing something else in there. You can always go back to your stuff. Be 3/4 of your stuff and 1/4 out.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna have a war dog, you know.
Yeah.
Just that little mix like that. People get so hung up on inbred paper and this and that. And like I said, you can have inbred dogs. I know a guy inbred a dog for 25 years, but they were backed by match dogs. They were backed by performance dogs. He didn't get a lot of them. He had to do hard culling and very selective breeding, but he did it. But even after 25 years, they needed something else. They were just too wore out. Whereas if you do it like you guys did, or like I was doing, or other people do, you throw different stuff in there every now and again. Keep your foundation
Gotta
straight.
throw that out in there to make a difference. Gotta throw that out.
You don't lose nothing.
That's right.
You don't lose nothing. So, you know, it's always, people are always looking, you know, well, you know, I lost gameness, or I need more mount, this and that and that. If you had it, you shouldn't lose it in the first place. If you make a breeding, let's say you make a breeding, and you lost gameness, or you lost mouth, I would not continue with those dogs. I go back that one generation and try a different direction.
Mm-hmm.
And just take those dogs as a wash.
Well, the
Okay,
next time
now
I'm gonna
they
breed
work out.
this. I'm packing up some shit. No, I'm
Like that.
packing up. Start over. Let's go do this again.
Yeah, you'll save yourself a lot of time and trouble
Yes,
and money
sir.
feeding a bunch of dogs that don't work out, or trying to make them work, you know, because you don't want to lose the blood. You know, people, you know, you'll hear them say, well, you know, it's the last of his blood, or the last of his litter.
It's bred good though. It's bred good though.
Yeah, it's red. Yeah, all that, right? Well, I tell them there's a reason it's the last. It ain't no good.
That's
You know,
right.
the dog telling you it ain't no good to get rid of it, and you ain't listening. You know.
I'm gonna breed it like this the next time. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Twin, you need to breed your shit over here, man. I need some of that over. Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I ain't
Somebody
sprinkling
else
nothing.
telling you how to breed your dogs. You know?
Right, I can't sprinkle that over there, cuz you need to get some little bit more work out that shit. Need a little bit more work out that shit, cuz. Oh, no, I can't help you right now. You need a little bit more work.
Yeah. And you know, again, people argue with me or they don't agree or whatever, you know, and I tell them, well, this ain't just me doing it. It's not, I didn't make this shit up, you know. It's other people in pit bulls, other people in horses, chickens, all that. They did the same thing.
That's right.
They did the same thing. So if it worked for them, it's going to work for me. And if they didn't do things for a certain reason, and I try something, and what didn't work for them, it didn't work for me either, they were right. So I'm not going to do it. I'm going to stop right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's been proven over and over. Why do you think guys like Tudor get accolades, or guys like you know, like Carver, or whoever it is? You know, they got top dogs, put out top dogs, or great conditioners. You know, that win. You know, 70, 80, 90%, whatever it is. You know, there's a reason they have that high percentage, because they know what they're doing. So you should listen to those type of people and apply what they're telling you. And see if it works. Always test it. There's a reason it works, and if you do it right, you could have the same or better success than they do. You know, you got to advance. It's got to get better. You know, my dogs were good. My friend took them. He made them better. That's what he's supposed to do. He's my protege, right? So
that's right.
He's supposed to do that. He called me his mentor. That's what's supposed to happen. But if you don't, then you know, you got to change up, man. Something not working out right.
That's right. He appreciates you. That's what he did. He appreciates you.
He did. I mean, he gave me all kinds of credit. You know, he this and that. You know, and you know, it's reciprocal. Goes both ways.
Mm-hmm.
But without that way of thinking, without those standards, without you know, actually competing with the dogs you're breeding, you just breeding dogs. They have a nice pedigree. All dogs have a nice pedigree. Look at them. They're pretty. That don't mean shit if the dog's not any good.
Hey, I got judo because somebody was asking me about judo and I could not remember. You know, I know it was a brother sister breeding. You know, I always remember Dusty. You know what I'm saying? The red lady bitch.
Right.
You know.
Right.
But I'm throwing judo's pedigree. I got judo pedigree up here, y'all. For those who I'm always talking about judo and Wood Snooty. Remember, these are my early days of dogs. So this does not look like no Mayday.
What's the ped under?
It's under, the number would be 785704. Going Hard Kennel.
Okay, Going Hard Kennel.
It's Going Hard, and then KNL, you know, apostrophe S, Judo.
Right.
JUDO.
Yeah.
But he's off of Solid Jump. That's what it was. Wood Snooty bred to Molly B.
I said that.
Yeah, you did. I knew it was the brother's sister. I just didn't know Solid Jump's name. Because remember, Levi's, I think it's half brother.
Okay, Solid Junk and Red Lady.
Yeah, that's that's judo. Now,
okay,
ain't too many guys running around with a dog like that. Back then,
no.
you would think that I would have appreciated him, right? I didn't appreciate him until I started seeing him go. Okay, that's when I really appreciated the dog. But for pedigree wise, you know, I look at his pedigree now and be looking at it like, man, you know what, man? Can you imagine
if we had been breeding?
If I had been breeding this damn dog, man, what I should have been doing, I wasn't even thinking about doing, man. I come back and look at that shit, man, and be like, damn, man. And
that happens too, you know. You don't appreciate what you have at the time. You know?
I didn't even recognize who it was.
Let's say you had frozen semen off of that. You had it today. What do you think it'd be going for?
Oh, I'm telling you what it would be going for. I'd be sitting up there with my
look here. That close.
That close.
You'd be in a you'd be in a Lambo right now.
Off the bat. I'd be sitting
People,
up there like Floyd.
people be mortgaging their house to buy frozen semen off that dog.
Wouldn't they though, man? Wouldn't they though?
Yeah, and that's a good example of brother sister. You know, there are some good brother sister. You know, L&M's grand champion Mickey, and he had a brother who was a champion too. They were brother sister bred. You know, so there are inbred dogs that have that performance behind them. That's what makes those inbred dogs more valuable, because now the traits are concentrated.
Right.
And they almost assuredly going to throw some.
Off the bat.
No
I didn't never breed him
just
either.
like you mentioned the Battendorf blood, you know, heavily inbred dog, you know. Now I don't know what their performance, I don't know what this and that, but you can take that stuff, and they did, and breed it to almost anything, and you got freaking killers, man.
Yeah, and
Because
he sure did.
the blood and traits are so concentrated, they're gonna throw it into almost anything you breed it to.
That's true.
That's the value of inbred dogs, you know. But yeah, that's a hell of a breeding, man. And even back then, I'll say this, there wasn't, even at the time, there wasn't a lot of that blood around, because, you know, Molly B only had so many days that we know of, you know, she was stolen, all that stuff. So even at the time, I don't think there was a lot of that stuff around.
Man, I didn't know. I mean, even up to this day, I look at it now. I'm like, I'm wondering why Pope was jumping all crazy about the shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you know, I mean, it's all said and done now. Now I look back at that shit and be like, man, son.
You didn't even know what you had.
Didn't even know what I had. Didn't even respect it, right? Didn't even respect it. That's all.
Yeah.
You know? I should have paid attention to James Pope when he was jumping all through the hoops over that. And there's another one I'm pulling up.
That just timing. Maybe if you'd have had it 5 years after the fact that you had it, you would have known what it was about. You would have preserved it.
They wouldn't have been able to steal him or Mikey.
Oh, they wouldn't have never got. They wouldn't have never got their hands on him then, because then I would have been up there. I would have had guards out there. You know, I'm not looking at my dogs like everybody else looking at them. You know, I'm still too new in the game. Everybody out here stealing my shit like I'm a candy store with a bunch of rotten ass kids in the neighborhood. I mean, they just stealing my shit. You know what I'm saying? My good shit.
Yeah.
I lost a lot of good dogs, man. A lot of good dogs got stolen.
Yeah.
You know, and that was one thing I learned the hard way in the game. Man, the names of the dogs that got taken from me just didn't make no damn sense to that. I let them get away. But guess what? I was still being able to you know, persevere. That's how good that yard was. When you lose all them and you still persevering, you know you on some shit. You know, I just appreciate it more now.
Those are hard lessons.
Yeah.
Those are hard lessons, but you can apply them later. You know, unfortunately, you know, you missed out or whatever you want to say about it, but you can apply it to later dogs. In that sense, the blood don't matter. The standards are what matter.
That's
What you learned is what matters. So you can do that with the dogs you had. You could do it with Boleo dog, Carver dog, whatever dog. That's the beauty of it. Whatever you get and you like, you could do the same thing with them, or better, and better. It's just different names behind the dog, that's all.
Okay, now I got another one on the screen.
I got a super chat from my man Eli Monster with the 5-piece. He says to both of y'all, what do you think about mother-sons breeding?
Well, I bred mate to Brat. That's the red ruby mama come from.
Yeah, so for some reason, I don't know what it is, the psychology or whatever, some people frowned upon that, you know. They were okay with father and daughter, and a lot of those were made. But there isn't a lot of mother-son, and it's just maybe a mental hang-up that people have, but there's no reason that they don't work or can't work, because there are some, like Swig, Mayfield did that with, you know, I forget what dog he bred to his mother, bred to either.
I really don't think it's personal objective outside the fact that whichever way it line up, you know what I'm saying? You know, could be a badass male, female, and like mate too. You breeding back to your mama, you ain't even on your mama level. But you know, we gonna do this because you throwing shit like your mama, okay? So
Right.
You know, that's how I felt about it. You know what I'm saying? But he wasn't
Yeah.
getting. He wouldn't. Look, I was getting out of doors when I was breeding him to everybody. Shit, I was getting out of doors. I was breeding every bitch coming. He was going to mate to, and I was selling the bitches full of puppies. And sure was. So he was going. I made damn sure that the world got a bunch of mates who was going out the door, being the fact that I wasn't breeding when I was really into the dogs. You know, I had too many other match dogs I'm using. You know what I'm saying? He's sitting over there. You know, I'm just keeping it real with you. He could have been bred into a lot of dogs. He should have had straws coming out of my yard. You know, but I wasn't yarding up. You know, how am I going? What do I need straws for? My match dogs is already nuts is messed up from the roids. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wasn't even thinking about old Maytu over there. And most of the guys that was closest to me would tell you that. Twin had Maytu right there. He breeding everybody around but Maytu. But
Well,
you know, I got around to it.
They kind of did the same thing with what's his name, Hargrove. You know, he kind of alluded to the same thing with Outlaw.
Yeah.
You know, he should have bred Outlaw more. He was a good producer. He should have this and that. You know, and you get that. You know, WCC did that with what dog was it? Was it Reno or one of them? I forget which one. Maybe Deacon or something. You know.
Yeah, Deacon.
And he explained they were concentrating on these other dogs, so that one didn't get bred that much. It happens, man. It happens. You know, you go with what you want. You go with what you like. Maybe not really understanding. All you have to do is include that one dog in some of your breedings, and now the blood is in there to stay. You know.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I got on the screen right now. I got this dog, Hopkins Judy. Hopkins Judy, yep. She is off of Lambert's Taurus and Blunt's Sugar. It's a brother-sister breeding off of James Powell, off the Winston and Bonnie. This is the sheriff, guys, that I was talking about that I came to the game with. This is the first dude. This is the dude that stopped me.
Right.
And brought me into dogs. Oh, yeah, old Powell, old Sheriff Powell.
Right.
And he was he was a brother now from Pittsburgh. But, you know, Sam Lambert, you can see, there goes Sam Lambert and there go Frank Bunce. You know, if you look at Pretty Mama, remember I told you about Whistler, right? And Pretty Mama, right? If you go back and look in Pretty Mama's pedigree, you're going to see that they took all that red boy that was having Whistler, you know, just a red boy typical game dog, and added some of that Stubby Fields Buddy, some of that Bunce, that Frank Bunce shit, and some Zebo, touch of Zebo, and a couple, you know, and that's what, but you can't see it looking at her pedigree, being she's triple bred Whistler. She look like she's an inbred red boy dog.
Right.
So you got to go back in the 5th generation to realize this dog ain't all red boy.
Right. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So
and that could be they you know, going back that far, they were using what they had.
Right.
And they were good dogs. And then you go off a different tangent, and then it's heavy on a different side, you know. But this has what, you know, we were talking about the other day too. You know, the Hetrix TNT stuff.
That's right.
You know, Lightner Colby stuff.
People don't really know about that stuff.
With heavy cotton bullet.
Yep. Now this dog here, I remember. I mean, the reason why I got this dog sitting up here because again on your show, I was talking about old Powell, the first man that I walked into the game with. I met him, you know, and I just like to trip everybody out. This is the same dude right here. If you follow this pedigree another generation up, you're gonna find Tornado's mother.
Right. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So now I just sat there and showed y'all Tornado's pedigree off the man who brought me into the game. I done showed you Snooty and Molly B as the second and third people that I ran into when coming into the game. Them the first 3 people that I met coming into the dog game.
Yeah. Again, people give an arm and a leg for them dogs, you know. And I guess Bunce knew who Powell was too, huh?
Oh yeah, Frank Bunce, yeah. Bunce and Company, yes he did. Well, he must have knew Sam Lambert. because him and Sam did a lot of. They was getting their hands on his dogs. And I think if he got his dogs, he got it out of Sam. Sam was the ones we was shipping the dogs to. That I know for sure. And you know, you got Frank breeding. You know, the brother sister breeding. I can tell you now that brother sister breeding that happened down in Florida in North Carolina.
We did that.
We did that. We made that breed.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yes, we did. Oh, Judy did not. Frank Bunsen them didn't make that breeding.
Oh, okay.
Because Frank Bunsen them, the Winston Bonnie breeding we made to produce them.
Right.
That was the puppies that we sent to Sam Lambert.
Gotcha.
So them two, I guess them two got together and bred the brother and sister back again, and that's where Judy came from.
Okay.
But Sam Beer's Taurus and Sugar, they were litter mates. But you know, when we made that breeding, when their dogs was as puppies, I remember us sending them up to PA to Sam as puppies. So they must have hooked up, and you know, Sam was pretty well known up in there. So I could see how they got along because I ran into Frank Bunt stuff over here in Pretty Mama. So you know, he got around. I seen him in the SWAT team. You know, they done a lot of dogs up there in the north. But yeah, I was just one of those things, man, that I had to pull that pedigree up and put it up there, man. You know, again, I'm reminiscing on looking at this shit, and I'm saying, damn, look at that, man.
Gotta clear the air and get the facts out, you know.
Got to, man. You know, and like I said, the first three people that I came into the game with this guy here, Atlas Brewer, and James Edwards. And look at the dogs that I had, and still no respect to the damn pedigrees yet, because I didn't know them.
Right.
So now I look at that shit, man, and be mad as hell at myself. I swear to God, I mean, literally, all these years later, I'm looking at this shit now, going back, reminiscing, and be like, man, I was on some other shit, because I was thinking about putting them down. Damn all that pretty pedigree shit. Damn pretty pedigree supposed to bring you a badass dog. Okay?
Yeah.
And that's how I look at it. And if it didn't work out like that, get rid of this shit. You know?
Yeah.
I was not really stuck on a pedigree until the dog showed me you had a bad pedigree.
Yeah.
I'd like to give a big shout out to my man Ben Proctor coming in with the 5-piece. Appreciate the love, Ben. Where you been, Ben?
Hey, Ben. Yeah, old stripper. That would be Tornado's mama, I would suppose. Champion stripper, yeah. Yeah, man, I laughed at that shit, man. I laughed at that. Then I see that divine shit all up there in the top end, knowing, you know, I watched one of my bulldogs go in there and wipe out the million yard, you know. We was in there beating his shit up with that damn Pretty Mama Mayday shit. We across that Stone City Mayday into that Pretty Mama shit, man. And them little young males was smashing them. PROWL, he beat up on Mr. Divine.
Judy was stripper's mama, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And if you look on Peds Online, it says unknown.
Yeah, look on, you talking about Hawkins Judy?
Yeah.
Yeah, Hawkins Judy, you'll see that her daddy was Taurus. Sam Lambert's Taurus, and the bottom was Bunsen Sugar.
Right, that's that brother-sister breeding.
That's the brother-sister breeding. That's the breeding to me we made when they was in Carolina. Those are those puppies that we sent from North Carolina up to PA.
Right.
And there was another one that was a badass dog, I think off of the Taurus dog, right? It's a little female. She was like an 8-time winner, man. She was another bad dog out of those dogs.
Nice.
Yeah, that Hetrick shit, TNT, I always talk about it, man, because, like I said, man, didn't nobody mess with James Powell and his dogs.
Yeah. Well, even Frank Rucker told me the baddest bitch he had was that little cherry ball.
Yeah.
And that's what she was. She was all that Hetrick stuff, you know. And he bred her to several different males. She threw good dogs there every time, you know. Bred her to Zebo, bred her different ways, you know. And she was again, it's just that concentration of traits, of blood, and with dogs like that, you can, even like beauty, you can almost breed them to anything, and you're going to get something out of it. That's the value of inbred dogs.
Yes, sir. I just be laughing about it, man, because it wasn't too long after I met the man, we was up there sitting there.
Yeah.
I remember the breeding like it was yesterday, man, because the funniest shit happened like the second time we was breeding them, man. I'm telling you, the dog got loose and Jared Powell trying to jump the fence with the goddamn other dog, and
Yeah.
he's an old heavy set dude, and he didn't get over that fence. For me, I did the bunny. Cause they wasn't really people biters, but somebody was a people biter up in that little crowd there. Cause
that day they were.
Yeah, his dogs was a people aggressor.
That dog was a people biter.
That dog was a people biter, man. That female, yeah, she fought males and everything.
She fought everything.
Yeah.
And was fighting his fat ass when he didn't get out that fence.
Yeah, he trying to carry the male and tried to jump the fence, and he too big, he couldn't get over there without the dog. That damn dog grabbed him, the male, everybody. Shit.
Shit was the funniest shit, man.
You better be glad I'm a dog trainer and that shit don't faze me now. Cause he was screaming and hollering. I ran right over there and snagged her up. Come here, bitch. Come here. As long as you got your attention on him, I can get my hands on you. All we did is lost the leash. You know what I'm saying?
There you go.
We had to tie to, look, we got to tie to a damn fence. You know how you put the leash to the fence and pull them through and try to smash their head up against the fence while you're trying to breathe them so they don't snap back?
Yeah.
I guess the clip must have hit the, I just pulling it through, the clip opened up and the bitch came up off the damn leash.
Right.
Oh, hell, bro. I jumped immediately. I let that bitch go and jump right out of there.
Mom jumped out the fence and then they scream and talk about, Mike, get the dog. Get the dog. I'm standing outside the fence. Hey, that's your dog. How come you can't get your own damn dog?
Man,
That bitch trying to. I said, this dog is trying to bite you. And you want me to grab that dog? Hell no.
Yeah. I jumped right over there. Once I seen him trying to get over the fence and she trying to get him and the dog, she wasn't even paying me no attention. I jumped right back over the fence and grabbed her around her collar and snatched her up in the air.
There you go.
Once I got up in the air, she calmed right on down. Cause I want you to choke you to death, or you gonna stand here and realize this excitement is done with.
That's how you do it.
Yeah,
That's how you do it. All of a sudden they need you.
Yes, sir. She got right back on down to normal. As long as you don't put nothing on her back like you trying to get a hump on her. She don't play that. She just didn't like it. Brad was like that. You know? Brad was like that. Don't bring no dog around her trying to hump her because she gonna act a fool.
Hey man,
Dogs are like that.
I want to give a shout out. I see up in the Shark Tank they told us that Bobby Hall passed away today. The great Bobby Hall passed away today.
Yes, sir. Rest in peace.
R.I.P. to the great Bobby Hall. I just had to get that in because that's another one of them guys we looked up to coming up. When he thought he was gonna go in there and whoop Luther's ass and got the shock of his life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And his boobs, remember, the one dog that I never liked, I thought he gave too much love to his boobs. That big old cow-looking dog, you know what I'm saying? He loved that dog. That dog, Bobby Hall, big boobs.
Yeah, he was ugly.
Yes, he was. And I mean, that
he didn't even look like a pit bull,
No, she didn't. Well, that was a male or female. I know Miss Boobs. I didn't like nothing about Bobby Hall and his dog. I swear I did.
Yeah.
Now I can hang with the Bobby Hall bully son thing,
Yeah.
I could get with the bully son. I had that I had that low posse Buster dog solo. So I was real.
Yeah.
Remember, man. Again, there's another one. Who runs around here with a low posse queen pup?
Right.
You know what I'm saying, man? And I look at this shit all these years later, man, and be ashamed of myself. Ashamed.
I hear you.
I want to give a shout out to my brother coming back through with a 20-piece. He said, hey, famo, I'm still Oh, fam, I'm out till next season. Love, fam. Tell sis I said what up. Appreciate the love, little bro. I'll be out there to see you sometime this summer, man. You stay safe. Thanks again for dropping in.
Peace.
He came in with a 20-piece too. You know, it's funny for my brothers, you know, and these are my brothers. To just come by. Me and Mo be on our own little separate world, right? And every once in a while, they jump in and be like, hey, what up? But the whole time, they was our little brothers, so, you know, they was always running behind us.
Yeah.
You know, so it's just good to see my little brother come in and show the love. Just to show me that he's still out there, you know. Appreciate that, bro. Tell sis I said love her too.
I had family members too. They supported me. They weren't into the dogs. They'd go to the shows or, you know, back me up or whatever. But they were always around, you know, and they remember them stories. They remember being there. My brother, my cousin, other cousins, you know. So, you know, we still talk about it to this day. You know, we'll get together and talk about them times. So family's important, man. You know.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, can anybody tell me who New York lost to? I'm trying to remember. Remember Frank Bunson's New York? He used to be a grand champion. And then I remember Applejack too.
Yeah. You ever heard of Lester Noni in DC? You remember them?
Yeah.
Okay, he says New York belonged to him. Frank Bunce used him, but it was actually his dog.
He said Frank used to use it. Okay, I can get with that because Frank was in a lot of shit, bro.
Yeah.
Frank was in the matching dogs. He didn't give a damn. Remember,
yes, he did. In the bloodline, he probably used it. You know.
Yes, sir.
Competitive. And they don't have his pedigree up here. Who did he lose to? He lost in a long one too. Might have been almost 3 hours.
Yeah, that's
trying.
And it was a game one too. It was a game match, and I'm trying to remember, but I know it was a great dog he lost to too.
Yeah. Damn it. See, my mind's going.
Okay, Shark Tank.
Right.
Shark Tank, you are okay. Mike was just bragging about y'all. Y'all better earn your keep. Earn your keep. Look at it now, he running over, he ready to grab the damn thing. Go check on my Shark Tank
through, man.
Shark Tank gonna come through, Mike. We're gonna move on and let's see if they come with that answer. Me and Schoolboy gonna keep it going then.
APB to the Shark Tank. You know they a little bit behind us, so y'all keep going, cause I'm looking.
Yeah, he was. Hey, you know that damn New York was pretty
already
good.
Popped up. It was Gator. 3 hours and something.
Gator?
That's what my man EWA said New York versus Gator, 3 hours and something.
Okay. I don't remember the name, but yeah, it went 312 or something like that.
Yes, sir. Day game scratches too.
Yeah.
Hey, I got his pedigree up. He was bred good as hell though.
They said it was Chicago owned.
Yeah, it definitely was Chicago. It sure was. And it was a big match too.
See, hey, what you talk about that Shark Tank, man?
Okay, I'll take Shark Tank.
Didn't take him long.
All right, Shark Tank.
Didn't take him long.
Okay, all right.
Put some respect on that name.
Man, come on, man.
Put some respect on that name, Mo.
Hey, they're in the house, man. They're in my house. You know I gotta respect the house. Come on now. I ain't disrespecting the house. Shit. Remember, I gotta keep it clean, nigga. Shit, I gotta keep the house clean. Hey, this dog was bred good though. I mean, since we was on Frank Bunce, I went and pulled him up. That New York dog was bred. He was bred good. He was 5-time winner. He had some Rascal Jr. in him. He had Eli in him. Oh, he was bred good as hell. Cavino top with Hank and that Duro stuff, Duro Pinky.
There you go. Yeah. Yep, Gerald, Pete, Hank, and Pinky.
Yeah.
Pinky won a 3-hour match too, I think.
Yes, sir. She was a champion and a registered
yeah, Rascal Jr., the Boots, Uptown Boys. They're from New York.
Yeah, that's how it is. Yeah, look at you running it off. You remember the Uptown Boys? Hey, you remember Uptown Boys?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Snubby.
Yeah.
They had Snubby. They had a bunch of dogs, man. In fact, they took Snubby, bred it to Fox Jr., who was off of Petronelli's Fox,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of them dogs went to Europe, where they made a whole family of dogs off of that. The Fox blood bred to Snubby. Snubby was a sister to Tonka and Crash.
That's right. Sure was. Champion
yeah,
Snubby.
and,
Champion Snubby.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah, she won. She has a best in show win, and I think she was on the card with Homer and Jeep. I'm not sure, but I know in one of her shows she got a best in show. And she was a badass bitch, man. They were top dog guys, man. I don't know their names, but they were all over the place, man. Them guys were top dog guys for a long time.
Yeah, they have some nice ass dogs come out that New York.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
You know, see, Frank Bunce was another name that I heard, you know, down in the Carolinas, you know, after I was coming up, and then ran across him in Michigan.
Yeah, he's from Michigan, right?
Yeah, that's the first time I ran across him. Was in Michigan. I thought he was always in PA because the way Powell was talking about him, but I see why, because he ran between Ohio, Michigan, and PA. He also hung out there with, was it Dave Adams?
Right.
Yeah, you know, he played a lot with his shit.
Yeah, wasn't Tony Wade from there too, or who else was up in Michigan there?
Tony Wade, he was in Carolina. He was down there. He was.
Okay. It's Tony something. We had a dog show, a confirmation dog show up in Michigan.
Tony Rogers.
Yeah, up in Michigan. Tony Rogers. There you go.
Tony Rogers, True Colors.
Yeah. True Colors. There you go.
Yeah.
That's it. We had a show, and he had already passed away.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a memorial plaque made for him. We gave it to his family. So I met his widow, his children, you know, and we tried to do what we could, you know. Yeah, he's very famous too. True Colors, yeah. There you go. See, old names, man, coming back.
Oh yeah, man, I'm a boy right there. That's my dude right there. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But here we go, man. But that's that Detroit people, the Detroit boys up there, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a lot of history up there with them. Like I said, my book, man. My book. I could go one each page. I could go into Armin's Champion Heart Attack. I can go in True Colors Outrage when Ohio Cast lost to him. That's how I got his grand championship. I can go into the original Bounty Hunters, the Street Sweeper, Big Ralph. I mean, just all the Detroit, Michigan guys from Saginaw.
Yeah. I told you the last show I refereed in the U.S. was in Michigan, and I don't even remember who the guys were or what the dog, how they were bred or nothing, but it went over 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're in the part of the town where the cops don't even go, you know.
Oh yeah.
And they treated me good, man. I had no fear. I wasn't afraid of nothing. They said, "You stay here, Screwball. You're all good. Don't even worry about it." I was only non-brother there. Well, me and another guy, but they treated us like family, man. Good food, good people. The guy that hosted it, you know.
Dog man.
Yep.
You know, there's definitely a certain type of respect in the dog game that, you know what I'm saying? I mean, in that part of the world, you know what I mean? You know, that was one thing that I noticed in our circle up north. You know,
right.
If you come there, everybody in the country wanted to come. That's why, you know, most of all the great matches started happening, you know, when we doing something when all the America was coming to Akron to do dogs.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Now we up there, now we the one throwing the big shows up in Akron, and then all the big time guys would come in there. But when I came in, everybody was going to Detroit.
Right.
You know, Detroit was the spot to go because this is where all the big boys were showing up. That's where I met Bob Lowry from.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
so you know, it was just, you know, the circle of those dogs. You saw a lot of great dogs. I'm telling you, man. I saw the Radar Martell match, man, and I say that because if anybody catches the story on McNasty or on Roadblock, the history of Roadblock, which is not very many articles out there, but there was one out there, and the question was, they asked him who was one of the best matches you ever seen. And he literally said the best match, and knowing the matches that he's been in some great matches.
Of course.
But the greatest match he ever seen or been involved in, he said, was the Radar Martell match.
Yeah. Yeah. In fact, after it happened, McNasty wrote something in the journal, and then one or two other guys did too, and they said the same thing.
Well, guess
one of them's
what?
still alive. I think he's in my group. I forget who it was.
Well, guess
But
what?
he
I
said-
was there that night, and I saw that match.
Yeah.
I was too.
And I can tell you now, the second best match I ever seen like that was the one I was in.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one when I beat that Gator dog. Yeah, that one.
But that Radar Martell.
That Radar Martell one, man, it was like one of those. It was like all hands on the deck. There was not a slow moment in there. I mean, it wasn't a whole bunch of running around, just a whole lot of smackdown. It was just an all-out war. And yes, it was an all-out war. And the closest thing I've ever seen, I had an opportunity to be a part of it. And that was when I beat that Gator dog, man, 3 hours and 17 minutes. Because when I talk about going to the walls, when these dogs were swinging on each other like they were swinging on each other, it was like Radar and Martell. These dogs was two badass dogs. Like Radar and Martell should have never met until they was like grand champions, you know? You know, they was just two dogs that shouldn't have met each other when they did. And that's the same way I feel about the match we had with that Gator dog. You know, we
Right.
should have, we could have whooped a lot of dogs before we met.
And those are the best shows, man. They stand out. They stick with you for the rest of your life, you know. And you know, a lot of people don't get to see that type. You know, is nip and tuck. You know, I didn't see it, but you know, they're close. You see everything you want out of each dog,
Yeah.
and it's down to the wire, close, whatever it is, you know. And somebody wins, somebody loses, but no
Yeah.
shame to the loser, you know.
No shame to the loser, but I'm gonna tell you, man, I was one. I had everybody still scratching their head. He won. Well, I mean, they act like they was shocked.
Yeah.
They was. They really acted like they was shocked. I wasn't shocked. I'm sitting here with a son off of Dolly. Man, his half brother. The hell I'm worried about.
Yeah, yeah.
We did not
Remind me who won. Was it Radar or Martell that won?
Oh, Radar beat Martell.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, Radar beat Martell. It was back and forth. You didn't know who was gonna win.
Radar was
It went-
just what they said
went
he
over
was.
2 hours, didn't it?
Yo, it went over damn near 3 hours, man. We was in late. We was in Bulldog country. I'm talking about. Look, I'm gonna tell you what it was. Radar had the perfect name.
He had the perfect name, bro. He had the perfect name. Not one time did he hit that attention, that scratch.
He didn't lose it.
He
Now. He
didn't
scratched just as hard every single time.
There you go.
I mean, straight true. I don't give it. I mean, we talking about two great kennels too. We talking about two great kennels. I mean, they hounding the hell out of these dogs, man. I mean,
Yeah.
they working.
Now they done got down to where it's finna be a scratch match.
Yeah.
Because now they handle their dogs.
I mean, some of the greatest
Some of the
goddamn
greatest
snatches,
snatches, man, you ever want to see in your life.
Both dogs is dead on their feet. Knowing both dogs getting ready to die. There was no doubt.
Right.
There was no doubt. There was no doubt they was both gonna die. These dogs was punching each other from the beginning to the end. I mean,
Yeah.
not a slow moment nowhere.
great one.
It was a great one.
Classic, man.
It was a
That's
classic.
They don't come around like that every day, man. You feel privileged when you get to see dogs of that caliber and a show of that caliber.
Right, and I don't know what line of dogs those was, but I'm pretty sure somebody gonna say, but I know the dog Martell was related to Pepper. Pepper
Okay,
and that
really?
dog was out of them same line of dogs. And I forgot what they was.
Pepper that lost the queen?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And that was that. I mean, and that was a hell of a line of dogs. That down. Them dogs were some badass. Them some black dogs too. Them was some badass dogs up there, man. They came out of Flint, Michigan, and I forgot what their line was, but yeah, those were some real badass dogs. Yeah, Martell was a great dog against Martell, and Queen. All she did is gave, the Abrahams, their money back and their pride back. Because what I saw Pepper do, I was not expecting. I told y'all, I bet against Queen. I bet against Queen. I bet on Pepper. I ain't know nothing about no damn Queen of Heart.
Yeah.
I didn't. Then she come in there looking all muscle and prettied up and, you know what I mean? And I'm thinking this black dog gonna eat her ass up. Boy, was I wrong. Fuck with that pretty dog. That little dog right there.
That little bitch right there.
That bitch right there, she made me believe in every Boyles dog after that. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's when I started recognizing who Boyles was.
Like,
Okay.
out there like this?
They got them Boyles dogs. Yeah, let me remember. We heard about Handicap now. We were talking about Handicap, but I didn't see nothing really impressing that he left New York.
Right.
Handicap was up in New York first, y'all. So, we already got all those stories about him, So he was like the first, and then you still had STP. I think he was having Black Paths and all them out there at the time.
Right.
So there was a little hoop hob on him. So I wasn't expecting to see no red and white Boyles dog. Okay. No, I wasn't expecting to see that. And then she was a little nice, strong-looking little bitch, but I wasn't expecting her to go with Pepper. I thought you was gonna get another massacre until they cut them motherfuckers loose. I didn't think you could get rougher than Pepper.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Man, shit.
Schoolboy, I'm gonna tell you, a rough Boyles dog is hard to beat.
Yes.
The right rough Boyles dog, it don't matter what you got, a real
Boyles dog is very hard to beat. Yes,
Damn
it is.
right.
Yes, sir. You're right. In fact, Queen had some litter mates. I think a couple of them were Mavis and T-Boy.
That's right. Yeah. Spanky, Mavis. That's right. You sure did. There wasn't neither one of them like her though.
I believe that.
I have to say that. I would have to definitely say that. They were not like her. Now that one was a freak of nature. I would have to say that. Now, I can't really say I can say that about Pandy, but I haven't ever really met one that was bad as that. Me, I would have been glad to go in the Kunta because I think we had a setup for that. But to compare any other Boyles dog to those two dogs, no, I can't think of one.
Yeah.
No, I can't think of one.
Well, there's a good reason for it. They stick out, and they. It's not so much. It's not just that they win or they beat good dogs. It's how they do it.
Right.
They just smack them. Man.
I mean, I'm gonna tell you though, man. I'm gonna have to say this about Mayday dogs. Now I'm gonna say this, and they might not. Y'all might be mad, but I'm gonna tell you, Mayday had the baddest bitches. He had bitches. His bitches was like May and Brat and Chanel. Them was straight killers. Right. They was Pandy. They was Queen of Heart. There was no competition on neither. All three of those. Them was 3 champions right there off of Mayday, right? And them 3 females, they destroyed everything you put on them. Everything. We didn't have didn't none of them have, a hard match. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They was like that. They was them kind of bitches. They went in and destroyed. Yeah, they go in there and just beat your shit up real quick. I mean, quick. May, she did it in 2 different hands, and her last 2 matches was going in. She went in the Chi-Chi. That bill multi-winning bitch, and then Nene, another multi-winning dog, and she had them both of them out of there in less than 40, and stopped them and stopped them both.
Yeah.
I mean, blew through them.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, them don't come along very often, man.
No, them were some badass. Yeah. Now I can say, no, probably I could have said Annabelle, because Annabelle was another good one. Okay, she was another good one, but when you're talking about destroyers, no, them three dogs right there, those was direct dogs off in Mayday. Them bitches was the roughest bitches that, you know, out of all the Mayday males and shit like that, I'm gonna have to say that them three bitches was the roughest out of the Mayday dogs.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
That's good for the ladies, man.
Yeah, I would have to.
They don't get enough credit, but you know, they
hold strong like boiled bitches.
Yeah.
They're like Pandy and Queen. They would be the top of the line when it comes to the Boils dogs. Who the baddest Boils dogs you ever seen? Pandy and the Queen. Two bitches. Can't nobody argue about that. You know what I'm saying? I would just say the baddest dogs I've seen would be Pandy and the Queen. You know, now when it comes to them Mayday dogs, I'm gonna have to say I'm gonna have to go with Brat, May.
There you go.
And Chanel, cause all three of them, their matches went like, you know, they had no trouble. They ran through every one of this shit. You know.
Yeah. I mean, in a crazy way.
In a crazy way. I'm talking about, you was like, Brat was no, Brat, I always bought Bratty and skinny anyway. You know, she was like a, you know, she felt like a feather.
Yeah.
But she was so muscled up, I could muscle her up with them roids though, you know what I mean? And cut all the body fat. So when I first started, she was still young. But as she got older, I guess the roids caused her to started growing on me, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But at the same time, man, I could bring her down to skin and bones, man, with nothing but muscle. And believe me, 3 good bites, she's in the stifle, and you're out of there.
Yeah.
I mean, if she got in the
like
stifle
they just violent, you know.
Yeah, violent. That's what it is. That's what it is. Very violent. When you just go in there and barnstorm a dog, it does take violence to do that.
I mean, not just grab it and hold it. I mean, grab it.
I mean, they just go in there and just beat your shit up.
Just like they fighting over food or some shit.
Right. You just can't.
Yeah.
And you just don't know. You want your dog to get past it. Just get you. All we gotta do is survive this. All you gotta do is survive this. No, you can't survive this because it's getting worse.
Yeah.
They bite.
It ain't gonna change. It's just gonna get worse.
Get worse because these bitches is biting. You know, Pandy could bite, Queen could bite, Brat could bite, May could bite. They would bite you down. Chanel, all these dogs is biters.
Yeah,
I can
it's
see.
downhill from the beginning.
From the beginning.
And really, there ain't nothing you can do about it. You know, you just either pick them up or leave them there, whichever one. The result going to be the same.
It's gonna be the same. Yep. That's why I look at what today. She's another one. You know, she kindly took after her mama. You know, go in there and just bite them down. You know what I'm saying? Red Ruby, another one. Go in there and just bite them down. It's that genetics, man.
Yeah.
I honestly believe it's the genetics. You know, if you're lucky,
right.
you can thrive on it. You know what I'm saying? And take advantage of it.
Yeah.
Because that is not no coincidence. That's a genetic.
Yeah. Well, we always used to say, you know, the bitches make the best fights because they mean and nasty. You know, they just.
And they sure is too. You ain't never lied, and they are. Look at me, man. What am I doing? And they are.
Sometimes, you know.
You're right too. That's the truth too. It sure is.
Yeah.
It's 11:30, man. Damn, we was talking. We didn't even show up no matches tonight. I know when Schoolboy jumped in, it was like, I'm going to put up some matches, y'all. I had some good matches lined up to show y'all. And so I guess I'll wait on the next show. Because once we get to talking, because I still didn't get the answer I was looking for at the beginning of the show. That 28%, I mean, I really needed to understand that 28%.
Yeah. Well, maybe you know how they do surveys and stuff, and they do an age group.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe we could see the age group.
Yeah, do
Because, like I
another.
said, things change, and they go to the extreme sometimes. And you could fault the older guys for that part because they would, like, they advertise a dog, two-time winner, one time off the chain. So the older guys are the ones that started that. I never did. I had several off the chain stuff where you just bet money, just bring a dog and whatever. I never counted those. They were never, hour and 10, hour 50, 20 minutes, 30, like that. But they don't count officially. So maybe it has to do with the age group, how things get talked about and spread around,
Right.
and they just come up with, well, it's a valid win because you won. Your dog won, and you won some money or whatever. But the reason matches were set up for the professionalism, for the stipulations in the contract, had to be at weight, like they have weight divisions in boxing, the dogs have to be at weight, they have to be in condition, so you don't have no excuse for losing, and there has to be a forfeit, you have to have rules, that's where the referee comes in. So it's a world of difference, in that respect, where they're just off the chain and a contracted match,
Right.
And there's a reason for it, and those are the reasons. So, it's interesting. You're always going to have, people that have their opinion, and maybe that's the 28%, or maybe they don't understand the difference. They're looking at it like, because a lot of dogs were quote unquote, late substitutes or replacement dogs, and people say, well, that's what we had, we brought it off the chain, but it still met the stipulations of the contract.
That's right.
You show up on time, you gotta forfeit, you gotta wait, like that.
Yeah, it don't matter. You win, you won.
Off the chain don't have that.
Yep, you're right.
There's none of that. A lot of times you don't even have the stipulations. Us, sometimes, we would just throw them in there, whoever quit or whoever gave it up.
Yeah, that phone call, we just throw them in there, yeah.
That's just the loser. You don't have even if you had a ref, okay, we're going to use the rules, that's fine. There's no weight stipulated, there's no forfeit put up. They might have some work on them, but it's not a keep, it's not in condition in that respect. So, you got to keep things on an even keel. You got to, have regulations and rules and standards, or else it's just, anybody doing anything. Doesn't matter really.
So the bottom line is, it shows, off the chain shows very little relevance. I don't even know why you guys is putting it all on your pins on lines and shit.
Yeah.
We don't care. We don't care. It's called ghetto bulldog.
It's like you were saying, put in the work, man. Put in the work.
Got put in the work.
Do your keep,
Yeah.
Have some professionalism to it. Have some integrity. It's not that. It's a matter of learning and all that, but it's
not taking nothing away from them, but let's just keep.
No.
You can't share the same stairs with me.
No.
You can't. We're not gonna let you do that. You cannot do that.
No, that's right. So, that's my feelings on it. And that's most people's feelings on it.
Well, I will have to agree.
Well, I'm gonna give y'all the polls before we close it down here. We had 205 votes.
Whoa,
that's a lot of votes.
That's good.
The poll question was, should off the chain hunts be as relevant as contract hunts regardless of the amount of wins? We had 25% that said yes and 75% that said no. Appreciate everybody who voted tonight. We got a good insight on what it looks like out here nowadays. I don't know if this is a past voting, but we didn't get any comments on what the hell is that 25%.
I like to hear from them.
Well, I guess, the one safety net for those people is anonymous. You don't know who said it, so you can't call nobody out on it, But again, you know, it's people's opinion.
Yeah,
you
but
know,
this is a Shark Tank.
Yeah,
God damn it,
yeah,
this is a
yeah,
Shark
yeah,
Tank.
yeah.
Damn around
That's
here,
right.
you're supposed to stand on what you believe in.
Right, you voted,
That's
you
right.
speak it. We just want to
And-
know.
and that's right. And you know, everybody can have an opinion, even if it's wrong.
That's
Right.
right.
'Cause I mean, nothing wrong with having your opinion, but but you have to understand the question says your off the chain is not relevant to a contracted match. It's not.
It's not.
That's
Sorry.
all. Sorry.
Sorry if we hurt people's feelings, but that's just the way it is.
It's just
you know?
the way it is.
It's a. You
You're
know,
wasting your
you-
dog.
you-
You're wasting your dog.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
You're gambling.
If-
You're
you
not
know,
a dog man.
You can
You're
look at it.
gambling.
You can look at it like this too. If it's good enough to do off the chain, it should be good enough to do the real thing.
That's
Why
right.
not?
That's right.
Why not? You know,
That's-
if that kind of stuff matters to you, just do it the right way.
I just
And
seen a
there's a
couple
reason
of them.
for it.
I just seen a couple of them win 3 or 4 off the chain and then get in the match and lose. Oh, what happened?
Yeah.
Oh, you had
Exactly.
to put him in shape. Mm.
Yeah, maybe they took everything out of them, you know. It's kind of a waste. You can look at it that way, where you can have legitimacy.
You can put a dog in, keep him, mess him up too.
That's right.
You've been better off leaving him alone.
Yep. And you know that's gonna happen too. Learn, get better.
Yep.
You know, if
Learning
you're
the
really
hard
competitive,
lessons.
you want to be the best. You're gonna learn. You're gonna get better because there ain't no. It don't have nothing to do with social status, or race, or age, or nothing like that. Anybody can be good at it if you really love what you're doing. If you really love the dog, if you have that competitive spirit, if you know how to win, anybody can do it just about, you know? So there's no excuse, really. If you really want to do it, speaking of the past, you know, you got in there and do it. And there's guys that started off slow and, you know, easy this and that, but they wanted to rise. You always want to rise to the next level. And when you see that next level, you know, when you look at it, you go, man, that's where I want to be. I want to go into Vinny's. I want to go into LA Dream Kings. I want to go in Mr. K and them guys that got the best dogs. That's what everybody should want to do, and you can do it.
Yeah. It's not easy winning 3. So, not for me, it wasn't.
Hell, for nobody, it's hard enough winning 1. You know what I mean? And you know, you're generally going to have a lot more 1-time winners and 2-time winners, and some game losers or whatever than you are champions.
That's right.
That's why champions and harder to win grand champions. That's why they have that status, because real dogmen know what it takes to get one dog, much less more dogs, to that level, to beat top competition and win those accolades. You know, that's why they matter so much. You know, some people say, I don't care about champion this and that and that. Yeah, but you got a multiple winner. You kept doing that dog. You got 4 wins, 5 wins, 8 wins, whatever it is. So it matters. You know.
Right, because you sure
Or
were
else you
doing
wouldn't
them.
do it.
That's right. You're definitely you're definitely doing them. So hey, we gotta tip your hat out to you too. You know what I'm saying? You know, you're not doing it off the chain. So you know, give your dog his just respect. You know.
Yeah, that's right. That's part of it too.
If I'm standing there, I done watch you win 5. If I was a sanctioned body, you would be a grand champion to me.
Right.
You know.
Like that.
You know, we got too many other of those unchecked sanctioned champions. You know what I mean? Self-proclaimed champions. You know, we shouldn't be calling them champions. We should be calling them 3-time winners.
Right.
Because you
like
have to be a sanctioned body passes out championships.
Yeah, even Jack Kelly. That's why he started putting stars by people's name or number, whatever he did for the referee. You know, because it held water. If somebody, a known referee with experience was known, then your match got that notoriety.
That's right.
Know? And numbers by the dog. You know, if you beat a champion, you get a certain number. If it's first time up dog, you get a 1 or whatever. You beat a grand champion, you might get a 3. Whatever the number system was. You know.
Yeah, but you know, Jack had his flaws because you could say the kennel name wrong and he wouldn't put it. You know, you could say the kennel name wrong, dog name wrong. He wouldn't recognize shit. I mean,
You get all that. That happens, and that's why you had the, you could correction. But the corrections, it's like, so what? It's already too late, it's already in print. You can't go back and change
what
it.
you gonna say, Jack? Why you didn't get let him go a win? Give me a 1 for beating let him go, but you turn around and give the church boys a 1. Okay?
Yeah.
You give them 1, but you don't give me a 1 for whooping them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or you go down the matches, you see 3 more pages down the line, they getting 1s and you ain't getting nothing. What's this?
Yeah.
You know what I'm
I'll
saying?
say this, there's politics and favoritism and everything, so,
I just don't think he was paying that much attention to the shit, I think he kind of let it shit on the fly because there were several matches in there. Vietnam was in these matches, and there were referees and they didn't get a star. How do you gonna have Vietnam, Kennels in it and you ain't starring them up?
There's that too, it was just him doing it, and you imagine all the hundreds of matches that, towards the end it was turned in.
Yeah, we was flooding the journal.
Yeah, it could just be that, because it's hard to do it, just by yourself, But
I think Jack was done by 2000. He was done. He ready to sell out that shit. You know why?
Yeah.
Because the numbers were, man, we was, look how big and thick them books was getting.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
a lot of match pages.
He getting old. He probably got tired of it,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna split here again. I appreciate you coming on my show, and thanks for having me again. And anytime you want to do something, we'll do it. Or if I feel compelled to chime in, I'll do that.
Well, you already know you can pump me up there like you got 7-8 panel. Now you got a school board panel. That's all. Just throw me on the panel. Just call me when you're ready for me. Cause you can just pick up the phone, call me. You can automatically walk in my house. You got a key and everything. So
yeah, we'll do it. I had some more questions. There's a time constraint on the phone because you can only record so long.
Right.
So we'll do it again, and maybe again and again and again.
Because we got so many more to go through. Yes, sir. I believe that.
Yeah.
And each one of them got a story of understanding certain things that these Kennels in my experiences with them had. Something special about all of them.
One thing before I go, it clicked in my head. When you talk about conditioning, and you talk about using the weights, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the interview, you mentioned that the first dogs you saw, they had the weights on them, right?
Yeah.
That's where that came from. In my mind, that's where you got the idea from, or it's stuck in your head some way to use them weights. Maybe they taught you, or maybe on your own volition, you just said, hey, I'm going to do that weight things. But the point is, that's how far back it goes, you using them weights.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You never forgot it.
Never forgot it. Because that dog looked a muscle, and he had them big-ass weights on his neck, and that dog looked skinny and muscled up.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, see?
And I didn't get a chance to see that until, I didn't get a chance to put a dog in shape like that until I would have to say Mikey Red Ace in judo.
Right.
My first 3 matches that I lost with Dusty was all right, but she was still hung out the car, running down the street, out holding the dog out the window. But them dogs right there, I had figured it out. But they had helped me figure it out. But yes, them weights plays a big part. And remember, he never took them weights off. I never seen them weights off that dog's neck. And I never taken off my dog's neck when they ain't cheap. They go to sleep with them, wake up with it, walk with it to the bathroom.
Yeah. And lately, the last few years or whatever it is, whenever it became popular, people started asking about weights and using weights and this and that. And you already been done that.
Yes, sir.
You did that years ago.
Early
I'm not
years.
saying, I don't know if you started it. I don't know if they started it. But, you saw the benefits of it way back then.
Yep.
And come to tell years later, people nowadays, or a few years ago, whenever it started, they saw the benefits of it too and started doing it,
Well, I used them on Red Ace. I used the weight harness on Red Ace. And the way Red Ace did Tommy Boy, I'll never do it without him.
did it with Mikey too.
Yeah,
There
but
you
I'm
go.
talking about, you know,
There
when
you
we
go.
did it on Tommy,
There you
though.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Tommy
Yeah.
was a
You
little
already-
muscled up,
You
little
already-
muscled up bitch. And yeah, we did it. Yeah, we sure did. Them two dogs right there, you know, again, maybe it's that going hard shit, because our dogs, them weights has to do something, because man, we dominate our shows.
Yeah.
That's
and
not trying to
also,
brag.
You know, when I used to, you know, I took a little bit of boxing. I studied martial arts for a few years. You know, we were doing that back then on our wrists, on our legs. You know,
Mhm.
and when you use the weight, you feel the resistance, right? Slower punch, this and that. When you take them off, you're fast as hell, man.
Fast as
Tell
hell.
me
you
that
feel-
shit. Don't that
man,
shit feel different though?
totally feel different.
Totally different. You like on a different plane. And in my case, I never made the connection. Hey, I could do that with my dogs. You know, so you know, in a perfect world, if I had dogs now, you damn sure straight I'd be using them weights.
Man, I be using the hell out of them. I'll tell you, I was back there using them on the meal. I'll tell you, my last 2 weeks, when they ain't on them weights, they look like they just be on their tippy toes.
Yeah,
They
they're
be
beasts,
feeling
man.
so
You're lighter,
yes.
like you said, you know, you're lighter on your feet, you're faster and quicker moving. You know, and when you punch and kick, you can kick faster and kick
Mhm.
and punch faster. So, you know, as it relates to a dog, it'd be the same thing. They move faster, they stronger, you know, they quicker, you know.
They push
You
harder.
put that
Push
around
harder,
their neck,
barn
you know.
storm on them, shakes are harder, more
There you
aggressive.
go, all that.
Yeah, that's another going hard trait thing. You know, if you don't
There you go.
understand, you know, that was one thing that they'll all tell you. One thing about them dogs, they was very aggressive. Maybe because of the heat.
Yep, that's it.
Well,
All right, guys, I'm gonna head out. Thanks
Hey,
again.
appreciate that,
And,
bro.
Thanks for everybody chiming in, the Shark Tank, and you know, keep growing and growing and keep doing what you're doing, and we're right alongside you.
Yes, sir. Thank you as always, big bro.
Well, while y'all,
All right.
if you happen to just come back and look at I'm finna make sure you get what you deserve, bruh.
So you can check it out later on.
So you can keep on coming back. But for right now, I need all my bodies to represent Richard Garcia, aka Schoolboy, for coming in, showing the love tonight.
Professor.
The professor was in the house. I need to show me them thumbs up.
He said,
thumbs up.
thumbs up.
Thumbs up. I need muscles.
Now
I'm giving them their roses. I need you to give roses. Appreciate the love, fam.
All day. Thank you, Schoolboy. Love you, big bro. Now take care.
Talk soon. Peace out.
Yes, sir.
One.
Hey, man.
One.
Appreciate. Look at it. That's what I be talking about, fellas. When y'all show the love like that, you know, that make people. You don't think they go back and see that, fellas? Yeah, we love that. We
Thank
love
y'all,
you
man.
for
Yeah,
doing
do
that.
Get that shit out there. Show that love, y'all.
Now, if I could get y'all to hit the goddamn like button, I'd feel even more happier. I got 700, damn near 800 people that watch this video up to this point. I'm just breaking 100 damn likes. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself.
Dang, 700 some people. We ain't got but 100 likes. What is up with that, y'all? What's up with that? I don't care.
That's okay.
Muscles,
I love y'all anyway.
Muscles, roses, total fucking roses. Oh, I love y'all, man. My Shark Tank, y'all sitting over there, y'all got y'all own little man. I keep telling Mike, man, look, y'all better start hurry up, get this damn thing going here. I mean, really, y'all need to really start giving me some help up in here now, because I want to give me, you know, I want to put on my Shark Tank shit. I want to put on my going hard shit. You know what I'm saying?
I'm working on it, man.
He's got the mic out the way. Now I guess we're gonna work on this other part here and shit, y'all. But in the meanwhile, y'all continue showing the love. And those cash apps really do be helping out y'all as far as making things happen around here. We got us a mic so I can stop complaining. He got us a nicer camera and shit. He got some cords and shit. So yeah, y'all don't think y'all money ain't just going somewhere it ain't. It's going right up in here, y'all. Just letting y'all know. We might be a little slow on the merchandise because y'all a little slow on the money, but that's all good though because we ain't pressed. We can come up here and give y'all what we giving y'all. Shouldn't that be best? That's all we need to know then. You know, the other stuff comes as we grow. And that's how I'm gonna take it and let it roll.
Well, fellas, I'm gonna just slide up in here. You know, this new mic and everything. So I'm just trying to work out the kinks. I'm still running it through the studio thing. But guess what? I didn't see it blink out.
And I was a little anxious a couple of times. I just my little excitement.
I'm getting adjusted to it. It's, you know, I hear a little pop, and I'm sitting there listening and everything.
30 videos later, goddamn, been done this shit. Keep it real, y'all. Let's tell this dude. Y'all the Shark Tank. I'm supposed to be talking shit too.
Hold on, man. Look, I'm not working right now. Due to my heart,
No, I ain't working. You just see, I just sit. My job is come up in here and sit and do what I'm doing with y'all.
Right.
That's it. You know what I'm saying? I be telling you, I'm getting tired of this breaking out mic shit. I be having some good parts, and all you be seeing me. I go back to look at the video. I be. And we don't hear shit. I'm like, man, that's a good part right there. That's a good part. They missed all that. Shit. I'd be middle of the night watching the show. I call that nigga, wake him up. Wake up. Hey, man, did you hear this shit? Yeah, look at about a 20-minute mark. Yeah, man. What you doing, man? You need to start watching this shit, man. How long they gonna go without hearing?
Yeah, look, I just got fed up with.
Thanks for the cash app, y'all. It's not the cash, it's the super chats and those chats y'all got doing that shit. That adds up, man. It really makes things better, man.
Oh, thank y'all for dealing with us with it like that this whole time.
Right, though. Ever since we opened the show, we've been crashing with the sounds, man.
We done went from the cameras blinking out to another camera. We done got new cords in here. We got new mics in here. I'm still working on the merchandise. Y'all know our situation. You know, we just been dealt a bad hand, but this right here, it gives us something to do. And all these things would not have happened if it don't be for the things that you guys do to help us out. So of course, we're gonna always try to make it back here and keep doing what we doing. But again, it would not happen without you. If I was a millionaire, I wouldn't have this to worry about. If I was a millionaire, I'd be out there throwing a big ass party, and everybody would know everybody because I'd be sending out plane tickets to everybody because I want to see everybody. I want to make sure everybody's there. Why? Because I can afford to do it. But then I can't afford to do it. I got to depend on y'all. But that's okay, because what I can't afford to do is sit here and try to give you the best show we can give you. So that's what it's all about, because we gonna do this because we love y'all. And that's from right here. To all my bulldoggers, to the whole American Pit Bull fraternity out there.
No,
stand up and represent. Show that love.
Show that love. Yeah.
Could be asleep, man. Look, man, it's getting late, you know, man.
Hey, shout out to my boy over there, PBK.
My boy PBK.
Thank you for coming in, baby boy.
Hey, Pro, I seen you out there, fam. Appreciate you stopping in the room, man.
Hey, what's up, Pro? Hey, come in, man. Look here.
I see you, fam.
I lost that number. You got to shoot it at me again, man. I don't know where. I don't know. I couldn't find the number, man. You got my number, bro. Just throw it over there.
Numbers still the same, man.
It ain't nothing changed.
Numbers are still the same. Hit us up, fam. Appreciate you coming by, though. Because we still like that, right, fam? We're going to be like that. See how this works out, fellas? As time go on, things do get better. But the thing is, we got to stay together in order to make it work.
Got to make it work, y'all.
We got to make it work. Together, we can move mountains. Together, we can save this breed. Together, we might even be able to change the law.
Meet me in the damn basement, down my ass. I ain't friendly up here with y'all. And meet me in the damn basement. We ain't got to talk. We be like the Brian thing when we talking to each other. Don't you sit on camera.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? None of that. Nah.
But, again, y'all know what's up. Y'all know what's up. Until Friday, you know, just keep showing the love. You know? That's the good thing about what we're doing here. Got anything else to say, man? I mean, you off of damn city tonight, you know what I'm saying?
Hey man, look.
Schoolboy come in the house, he get all giddy and everything.
Every time he come in, man, he comes in, man. You know, he's like the professor. I can just sit back and enjoy the show, you know, and speak about things, you know, that comes along because, you know, it's like, you know, you got somebody there who you admire. You know, I know y'all enjoying. Y'all see, y'all. I mean, come on. I mean, what? That's something big for me to see anybody come on this show and enjoy it like I do. I'm game. Y'all out there. Y'all pick up the damn phone. You know, call in some damn time. You know, no, y'all want to come in here and listen to me. Okay.
Don't worry about it. I'm gonna start putting the number up because again, I like it when you call it in. I used to have it down over there on the ticker, and I think I need to get back to doing that. You know, so we're gonna fire the ticker back up so you don't have to be running around waiting for me to pop up the number. I'm gonna put it on the bottom so that gives everybody the opportunity to call in. Because when it used to be over there, we couldn't get nobody to call in.
Right,
that's why I took it down.
That's why I took it down.
But you know, y'all willing to use it and come in and say your piece because that's what it's all about. Got to have open forum and everybody got to have a place to want to say your piece. This is the spot. You know, I want to give a big shout out to my man PBK. I want to give another big shout out to my man Samurai. Big shout out to Arrowhead Kennels.
Hellcat.
And big shout out to my man Hellcat.
Don't forget my Sporting Dog News. What's up, baby?
Sporting Dog
yeah,
News.
baby.
I feel you, fam.
All right, 7-8 Sports. That's it, ready.
What's up, baby?
What's up, fam?
Y'all know what's happening.
You know what's
You know,
up.
that's like a big fraternity thing going on here, and we trying to make sure that everybody represents everybody to the fullest because we see each other in different places. Big shout out to Fat Bill. Still love you, fam.
Still love you, fam.
You know.
What's his name? Super J. Triple J. Triple J. What's up, baby?
Still putting them out there, baby. Represent. These things here is what brings everybody together because the bigger the movement, the bigger we can do when it comes to voicing our opinion about how to help other people stay out of the trouble that we get in.
It's called Basement Steps.
Yeah.
It's called the Basement Steps.
You know.
That's all.
Just walk down.
Just go down
just
in the
walk
basement.
Down in the basement.
And just go run around down in the basement.
Yeah, just don't.
You know,
don't
play upstairs.
There's nothing upstairs to play with.
Nothing to play with.
If we're gonna play with something upstairs, let's play with trying to keep other people
safe.
That's what we're doing upstairs. We plan to keep everybody safe and to stop this craziness that's going on. Because they're gonna end up, if we don't stop and say something, they're gonna end up actually just taking all the dogs.
Yeah, they're gonna come after everything that we're trying to do to make it right. They're gonna make it wrong, and we know it's right.
Even though we're trying to make it right. So in order to stop that, we all got to be standing on the same accord.
Right.
You're gonna hear us speaking about that a little bit more because their actions are getting a little bit more ridiculous.
Right. I don't have no problem with you trying to be Earl Tudor up here on Facebook. Okay. You just cannot bring the illegal activity of you trying to be Earl Tudor up here on Facebook or any other podcast or any other forum or anything. You guys, you just stay away from the dog fighting shit.
Period. Live by the disclaimer.
Right. I mean, y'all want to beat up somebody for buying $2,500 dogs because you don't want to buy the shit. Then, you know, hey, let's get off of that. Okay, you don't understand. Y'all on the wrong conversation. You know, get off of that. Leave those guys alone. Leave them people alone.
They're allowed to do what they want to do.
Right. Sneak through the basement and go to the back door and see if they worthy of selling their shit for $25 by knocking in. But doing it on the basement. Don't do it all up here, all out here, because then you sound like you fake.
Or hating.
Stop all that.
Bringing heat to everybody.
Remember, the whole key to the game now is prove it. And there's nothing being proven upstairs.
Nothing.
Mother said don't play upstairs.
That's what the basement was for.
Yes.
And don't talk about it.
Be about it.
Be about it. About it.
Rowdy Bowdy.
Howdy back.
I'm DMXing it, nigga. What? What?
Hey, fellas, love y'all, man. We'll see y'all Friday for Hot Mic Friday. Till then, everybody stay safe. And y'all remember this. We always end on this same old cliche. But you know what? The meaning behind that cliche don't never change.
Never change.
It's never going to change because we always.
He said always.
Yeah, we always. Say it again, man.
We always.
Yeah, say it again.
Scratch the win,
baby.
Always. Baby.
Hey, don't. Hey, that ain't no secret.
That ain't no damn
That ain't,
secret.
you know, come on now. Play it.
Money good.
Money is
Scratch
always
it.
good. We still here.
I mean, keep y'all see me.
Look.
Look, doctors, look, they gonna do all kind of X-rays and they look. I don't know what they found on me, y'all, but they got the whole staff pulling me back into the hospital. So I hope
I told him that. Look, I told him if he go in on Wednesday, I need him back by Friday.
Let's say bottom line.
Bottom line.
Or I'm
Care
walking
how
out.
y'all do it, cause he gonna walk out anyway. So, cause he got things to do. That's how we doing around here. You know, me and my little black box. You know, my little Iron Man box. Guess what? It ain't hit me yet. It ain't gave me the thing yet. So guess what? That means I'm still good. So if I can do it, he can do it, then there should be no problem with you doing it.
That's right. Thanks for the support, you guys.
Thank you for the support, fellas.
Getting there. Y'all got me back into my bulldog mode. I'm
Yeah.
out here, you know. I'm defying the doctors. You know, maybe they're gonna give me some more bad news, but guess what? I get my eyes fixed, y'all, before the end of the year. I was too sick to even put in a word about my eyes, but guess what? They're gonna give me surgeries in my eyes.
Yeah, well, they told him he had 3 years. I guess he defined our odds because he's still here.
Yeah. I don't know. My ticker.
Yeah. We a year and a half in.
I'm a year and a half in. Yeah, I'm supposed to be almost dead now, y'all. I'm halfway
Don't
there.
tell us. They said you halfway.
I'm halfway there.
They gave you 3.
Yep, they gave me 3.
Yeah.
And then it's gone a year and a half now.
Well,
Since the bad news. You know, I don't know what it is now. Something wrong because they got all the doctors and everybody, cardiology, and GI, gastro.
how you feel though? Tell them how you feel, Mo.
I feel good.
Show them what they working with, Mo.
Hey, I put myself in keep, y'all. Look at this shit. I did myself in keep. The doctors talking about you gonna die. Look, I did the goddamn going hard twin on the ass. Yeah, the next time they tell me to take off my shit, I'm gonna take off my shit and they're gonna be like, damn, I thought you was dying. Yeah, I did too until I started scratching. You know what I'm saying? Put me in the corner, I got bucks behind me, bitch. We scratching now. It's all about this now. Scratch the win, right? Damn right.
Living good,
Yes.
respecting life.
Yeah, the bleeding all over the goddamn place. All that shit done stopped, y'all, since I started doing shit my way.
Yeah.
I ain't bleeding or nothing. Nothing. Feeling better.
He's looking better too, ain't he? See? Thanks to y'all.
Thank you, fellas. That's
Appreciate the love. I will see y'all Friday. Hey, who's the dog of the night? I wish we had something to put up there.
I put me somebody up there. I'm gonna tell you. I mean, I got a dog in the night, but I gotta put her together. Yeah. We got our first. We do got our first champion female. It was a female. Yeah, our first historical book of records. We got a champion, sanctioned champion. I'm not gonna say her name and shit until I be able to post up her pedigree and shit and show y'all. It's all historical purpose and for entertainment, but yes, we do have one. Let's see, who was the other one I was thinking about putting up as the dog of the night? Damn.
Somebody said, Mo, you the dog of the night.
Or she. Y'all like that keep? Yeah, that's that keep, man. Yeah, I'm in the basement working out. Tired of being sick. You know, I'm getting blinder, but I know I got something to look forward to. I went to the doctor and they couldn't even give me no glasses. My eyes are so messed up. There's no use in wearing no glasses because that's not gonna help my situation. I'm gonna need surgery. You know, I know next month I'm gonna be in and out of the hospital. So maybe they're gonna tell me that the Martians and put a little bug of something in me. I don't know what the hell they complaining about, but you know, I'm doing what we do. We scratching, you know, and that's what I'm gonna do. Let them tell me they shit, but I'm gonna be on my shit. Okay, y'all seen me look from terrible to better, and I feel that. So keep me going, y'all. I still want my going hard, you know, my shit, you know. Okay, I guess I'm gonna be the dog of the night then. You know what I'm saying? Let me pull out my shit and sit here for a couple minutes and shit, like a goddamn bulldog in great shape and shit. You know, looking like Chinaman and shit, and give me some oil me up. I'm looking like Chinaman and shit. Yeah. Yeah. It's got to be me. Hey, that's right. That's right. Going hard right there all day. All day going hard. Yes, sir. Keep the faith, fellas. I got it in you. Thanks for having it in me. Holla. Let's do this, Brutus. Hey, with my boy Sniper. Shout out to my boy Sniper. Shout out to my boys from the goddamn Marine Corps. Chopper 5, fellas. You know how we do it. That bulldog world. You know what I'm saying? Come on. Let me see here. I'm gonna put Judo back up. Judo gonna be my dog of the night tonight, y'all. We're gonna be going hard Kennels Judo. Yeah, since we were talking about Molly being snooty. Come on, y'all. Y'all know y'all would love to have something like that sit on the yard. Just imagine that shit sitting right there on the yard. I'm sitting out here taking shit out here like that. Smashing shit. Smash the RC boys dog, Jughead. Thought he was gonna get a championship on me with that shit. Came in there with that snooty Molly B and went to that ass. Keep that ass. I mean, kick that ass too. I mean, went in there. You know, through Carolina folks, they use their brother-sister shit an awful lot, don't they, though, y'all? You know that? That's two of them right there. Remember, Paul did it with the tornado shit. You see what the James and the Alice was doing, right? Looks familiar, don't it, though, y'all? You pay attention to it, man. Put that in your notes. Yeah, the 206 ain't saying nothing but the truth. I'm trying to tell you. Baby boy, you sure a lot about that. We is beastin'. Yeah, shit. Shit, man, I got to get on that mill, boy. What y'all talking about? You can't throw me in the crate. I can't move me in the crate.
Big shout out to my man Mike and LG. What up? Representing this old country. What up, fam? Yo, Talbot, you full of jokes, fam. What up, fam?
Tyler, why you always throwing bolos at me, man?
Shout out to Michael Senior for showing up, man. We're gonna have to get into that mic. The best bloodlines, to me, it's still the old bloodlines. Ain't much to try to pick out what's going on nowadays, because they don't really know, fam.
Right, it's a little mixture. Everybody taking the old and mixing it together. You know what I mean? They got the new mixture of the old shit. Nah, that's all. They got some new mix. You know, what is it? Somebody tell me.
Big shout out to my main man. He always coming through like a champ at the end of the day. You know who that is. Ghost 850 coming in with the ghost piece.
Here comes the ghost.
The ghost is hit the
Ghost
scene.
850 to pull through. As he does every damn show at the end. Ghostbuster.
Big shout out to my man, Jimmy James. What's up, fam?
What's up, hear me?
Hear me? Martinez Game Dogs, I see you, fam. Appreciate the love. My man, Ray Marshall, as always. Big shout out to my man, Windmew. Appreciate the love, fam. Right about that, man. He gonna smoke the shit out of the cigarette as soon as the show over. Yeah.
You know Mike gonna hit them cigarettes.
Look.
Y'all know what I'm hitting. Y'all know what I'm hitting. I'm smoking Blue Moon. Yeah, y'all ain't heard that one yet. Yeah, Blue Moon.
Shout out to my man California Chrome. Appreciate the love, fam. Big shout out to my man, the one and only Hamza the Lionhead. What up, fam? My main man, Prentice Carr, long time supporter. What up, fam? Joe Bear. What up, fam? Appreciate the love. My brother, live life real. What up, fam? Big shout out to the real Don Dada. Appreciate the love, fam. Always big shout out to my brother. Welcome down, Ram Big Stupid. What up, fam? Big shout out to my main man, Joshua Hurts in the house. What up, fam? Just a dog, man, USA. Canines in the house. Appreciate the love, fam. Big shout out to the homes in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, long time supporter, Marquez Blaze in the hills. What up, fam? Shout out to the chainsaw in the house. Appreciate the love, Chainsaw P. Shout out to the white chocolate in the house. What up, fam? up, fam? Shout out to my man, Hockey Lee's in the house. Big shout out to my brothers representing Deep South Country. What up, fam? Shout out to the whole entire Shark Tank, my man, Frederick Hasbrook. What's up, fam? Alligator only Kennels in here. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man EWA coming in with the 5-piece. Gonna definitely be on that head, fam. See you Friday, we talk about it. Appreciate the love. Coming through with the 5-piece. EWA, got you, fam. during that 1 o'clock hour. This ain't no weekend. Just sure the hell ain't the weekend. I want to give a special shout out again to Richard Garcia, aka Schoolboy, for stopping in, spreading the love, spreading the knowledge, as always. Big brother, no, we got an open door policy around here. All the world's welcome. Appreciate you guys showing the love. Shout out to my other brothers out there, walking down Ram. My man Boom, Macari, and the General. My brothers over at 7H Sports. My main man, PBK, Pelican Bay. And this panel, J-Bo, PROWL. Keep doing what you're doing, fam. And there's so many more. The good thing is, we're back to talking about dogs, gentlemen. That's where we at. That's where we should stay at. Seem to enjoy it better. As I close down tonight, you know, just think about what we say. It's all about the entertainment, the fictional story, the history. That's all we really have. Let's not spoil it. If you can't enjoy it, get out of it. And that's how I'm going to end this party tonight. So, until Friday, I look to see everybody Friday. To all the viewers, sit back there on the back street. Appreciate your love. Appreciate everybody who donates to the channel. Definitely a big shout out for all the people who put in their heart to, you know, donate. It just, words can't even express how that has helped and how it feels to know that people have that in their hearts. You do that for the Bulldogs. You know what? That's a big shout out for me. From me to you. So, as we shut it down tonight, I want everybody, if you haven't hit them like buttons, don't forget to hit the damn like button. It really does help the channel. If you haven't already subscribed, hit the damn subscribe button. There's no need to hit the notifications. We just don't pop up. You can guarantee to find us every Tuesday night between for Talk Shit Tuesday, 8 p.m. Hot Mic Friday, 8 p.m. Tuesdays and Fridays. It's like Monday Night Football. You know, guaranteed, unless God, you know, changes up the plan. But we're gonna always do our best to be there. So, appreciate everybody for showing up, for showing out. Big shout out to the Shark Tank. If you want to become a part of the Shark Tank, all you have to do is show up. Once you get there, participate in the chat. Participation in the chat is a must. Have to know how you're going to swim amongst the sharks. You can handle yourself amongst the sharks, and you got something to bring to the Shark Tank, you're automatically in. So I need to see, you know, Shark Tank is getting bigger. We don't need a bigger tank here, but the fact of the matter is, there's so much knowledge, so much entertainment it brings to the show. You know, sooner or later you're gonna start picking your own characters out of the Shark Tank. You know what I'm saying? But again, I want to give a special shout out to the Shark Tank for a beautiful show, for a great show tonight. A lot of information. I called on them. They showed out. I'm up 10 zip. Yeah. But until Friday, y'all, I'm gonna rock out with y'all. We're gonna shut it down, and I'll see y'all then.
25% yeses and 75% no's. So I guess that's where we at. I guess that's just where we're at. Hey, if you have a comment about the poll, have a certain feeling about it, you want to speak on it, hey, reach out there and put something in the comment. And I sure would like to know what some of these yeses came from. Just go to the comment section and we'll make sure we can address the more important comments on Friday. Until then, I'm out. Peace. Deuces. Scratch to me. What did we end with? 946. You're kidding. Y'all keep y'all J-Bo, we gonna keep GR.CH and Miami now. I think our boys are bigger than your boys. I got dog fighting over here. I don't know what the fuck y'all got going on over there. That's what it is. Come on, y'all. What y'all got? Bulldogs over here. But then that's one of the reasons why I did that poll tonight. Because there ain't no dog fighters over there. Now Pelican Bay and his, whatever the fuck you call that dog. Never match that motherfucker. You heard the show, right? Before all the rain. He gonna make his dog in the Hall of Fame. Have more motherfucking OTCs and God. That's something to boast about. You know. Like I said. I don't give a fuck about what you say, how you say, whatever the fuck you say. I always look at it like that. You know, we've been down that road with you already. You know what I'm saying? But you still a young buck to me. We got this. Actually, I think we on a bigger playing field. You know. I will crush his ass, man. Cause that's all that shit is getting. That's all. That's how I look at it as haters. Hmm?
Might be.